Policy Dialogue. I'm Saurav. I'm an Associate Director at the Policy and Development Advisory Group, one of the co-organizing institutions for today's event. And it's my privilege to serve as your MC for the day. So for today's dialogue on international skilled mobility and migration, where we'll be discussing pathways, geopolitics, and welfare architecture, we hope that we'll bring together voices from the government, multilateral institutions, academia, industry bodies, and the private sector. We are gathered here because the movement of skilled people across borders is no longer simply a labor market question. It has become a defining feature of geopolitics, trade, diplomacy, and social policy. India stands at the center of this story. As one of the world's largest sources of skilled migrants and with bilateral mobility partnerships deepening with countries in the EU, the UK, and beyond, the choices we make as a country in policy design, in institutional architecture, and in welfare provisioning will shape the lives of millions of workers and their families. So just a few quick notes. So we hope the session to run from 10 a.m. today through 5 p.m. And we'll have a networking lunch at around 12:30. The discussions today are on record. And we'll have 3 panel sessions, each moderated by a distinguished chair, followed by closing reflections. Now, for the inaugural address, I'll request Dr. Irudaya Rajan, sir, who is the founding chair at the International Institute of Migration and Development, and Mr. Arindam Banerjee, founder and partner at Policy and Development Advisory Group, to please come to the dais.
Good morning, everyone. Generally we wait for the hall or the venue to get more people, but I think with the kind of scholars that are there in this room and the kind of people who have been working in this space, which is kind of a complex and limited, kind of space with so much of complexities, not only internally in the country but also globally. I think it's better that we initiate and we begin, and hopefully we'll have more interested folks coming in as the day progresses. So good morning, everyone, speakers, guests, colleagues, our mentors, friends, and everyone. A year back, somewhere around end of February last year, the morning newspaper headlines around this time was screaming with images of Indian workers and citizens being deported by the US on a military C-130, handcuffed and chained. This and many such images over the last few years and decades is but nothing a canvas of also what our growing demographic aspirations reveal. A young worker who leaves home with a certificate and a passport in hand, a hope in the heart, and a family waiting behind. For years, we have called this migration. Today is actually something beyond and larger than migration. It's labor and mobility and migrant policy and governance. It's also economic diplomacy. It's also about globally portable social welfare and security architecture. And it's also about state capacity. And that's the sole reason why both IMAD and PDAC kind of convened today's policy dialogue, because it does matter. And it matters because India is no longer at the margins of global mobility. It is now central to it. And we understand, and all of the people here in this room also concur quite well, that internal migration, for that matter, is seasonal in nature, circular in nature mostly. But the world needs workers not for one season, but for a long term. And across Europe, OECD, and other developing economies, over the last 5 years or 7 years or so, there are reports and reports clearly and explicitly mentioning about skilled worker shortages, particularly in sectors like healthcare, home care economy, digital services, construction, green skilling, renewables, and so on and so forth, and obviously not to forget IT and ITES.
India, we have the scale, the skills base, and the much often used word demographic dividend to respond to. And the economic stakes are already visible. Our remittances, as per the World Migration Report by the World Bank, has touched around 115 billion US dollars by the end of 2024. South Asia's remittances, $207 billion. So we can understand how much in South Asia do we contribute. However, the Indian population and global migrants, 18 million. Let's not get into the calculation of per capita remittances here. So these are not marginal flows again. They're also larger than many traditional finance channels, debt financing channels, remittance channels. So therefore, migration governance is not a side issue, at least to us. It's also an economic priority. And why do we say that? Because the last few years have marked a structural shift in India's international mobility landscape, and especially 2025 and 2026. We have separately signed MMPAs, Migration and Mobility Partnerships and Labor Mobility Agreements, with several EU member states, including obviously Germany, France, Italy, Austria, Portugal, Denmark, and very recently, like a couple of weeks back, with Finland. The India-UK CETA, the Economic and Trade Agreement, also includes a very focused segment on skilled labor mobility, and that was signed in July 2025. And very recently, for the first time, the EU was actually the chief guest at the Republic Day Parade, followed by the signing of the India-EU Free Trade Agreement, again, a very strong component focusing on mobility agreements, a pact committing the EU member states to issue around 100,000 multi-year work permits and 35,000 or so graduate residence permits. We have a dear friend from Germany here today, and we must put it on record that Germany has had a very special strategic partnership and a focus over the last few years with India, especially towards skill mobility exchange, and also creating a priority base in terms of how its visa regimes, its workflow, its kind of education to employment pathways could actually facilitate a strong, skilled, safe, international mobility between India and Germany. Not to forget that there's a special India labor strategy paper that Germany published in October 2024. And another recent development being the European Legal Gateway Office that opened in New Delhi during the AI Summit in February 2026, definitely signaling, as they say in policy, signaling matters a lot. EU's intent to actively source Indian talent. And lest we also forget, India also signed a focused labor mobility partnership pact with Russia during the Russian president's visit in December. It might sound a sea of opportunities, but opportunity alone is not enough. These agreements create openings, they guarantee the norms. The systems that we speak of do create outcomes, but that's the real transition before us. The country and the government has made tremendous diplomatic progress. Numerous safe migration procedures on paper have been put into place. Digital platforms, safe migration channels, EDOT, the kind of training modules, etc., etc. Yet, our broader governance architecture and operational execution have not, unfortunately, fully kept pace with the kind of diplomatic arguments that we're kind of putting in place. We still have the Immigration Act 1983 in force. The Overseas Mobility Bill is still awaited in the Parliament. And this bill matters because mobility, by definition and by dynamism, has changed. And it needs a modern legal foundation. It needs better and clearer protections. And it also needs welfare and portable social security mechanisms, because all of them have to come together to then kind of define what is often called skilled, safe, and responsible migration. Then where do we go next? The challenge is also about the collaborative state capacity. And that is why the question of implementation is so important, because the mobility does not belong or begin in New Delhi alone or at the Indira Gandhi International Airport here. It begins in the panchayats, it begins in the districts, the training centers, the numerous and the hundreds of ITIs, and the skilling centers under the Skill India missions and other places. It begins with the recruitment networks, the next of kin, and also the often avoided term, the middleman networks. And it also begins with state-supported institutions. And if the next ambitious phase of mobility has to work in a fruitful manner, then it's not just about a MEA or a Minister of External Affairs who have to carry this task ahead. We need sustained collaboration across all departments and ministries at UG, which is union government level, between key out-migration corridors that are existing and state governments who are responsible in those areas, employment agencies, the UN bodies, the World Bank, the other multilaterals. Lest we forget also the district and the Panchayati Raj institutions, because at the end, the unit from where a worker lives is either a village, a urban space, or an urban space. And we must convert this sustained discourse on safe, legal, and productive mobility into some kind of an operational capacity, which means, and from our collective understanding here, that states need to better understand what does bilateral corridor and agreements mean to them. It means aligning the skilling mechanisms in this country. We have so many of our friends in the skilling ecosystem here today. What does it mean to kind of align skilling mechanisms to destination country demand and norms, both cultural and social? It also means building worker support systems, welfare mechanisms before departure and after return, so that reintegration is smooth and not a tedious and a hardy affair. And it also means creating the often reiterated term real-time data and monitoring systems, because the worker needs to be at the center and not in the periphery of data. And thus it brings to me to the central and the concluding point that the government or the state as an institution must now act not only as a regulator, but also a kind of an architect which builds pathways, an architect which sets standards, an architect that can align institutions, because that architect actually has that convening power. And an architect that ensures that the worker is not just left alone stranded in the corridor. And when I say this, I'd like all of you to also, not remind, but also kind of reflect. Yesterday, there's this fantastic piece in the Indian Express, in the big story on a Sunday paper. The stories of 9 workers who were there in that ship, which was blasted off in the Hormuz Strait, and all 9 of them come from all 9 different Indian states, all in their mid-20s to early 30s, all with a dream and a hope and an aspiration to do better, using what their skills were, using what their learnings were. But today they are there at the Digi Shipping's office in Mumbai after being rescued after a harrowing experience. But what came out through that fantastic whole page reportage was that the dreams are still not shut. They still feel that they can make the most of it once they know which is a safe place to go. And that, I think, should be a collective agenda for everyone here, because I strongly feel, and it's a very passionate feel that I have, that this is a space that very few people in this country work on. And yet this is the space where so much is spoken about in economic diplomacy, in trade agreements. So how do we kind of bridge that gap between the private and the public? And I'll end where I began, because every mobility corridor is a human story. A nurse in Germany, a care worker in the UK, an oil rig worker in the Gulf, a waiter in a pub in UK, a solar technician in Denmark, a PhD scholar in London, a farm worker in Italy. Someone who leaves not just in search of education, employment, and income, but in search of recognition, security, dignity, and a better future. We hope that together with all your presence, and as India kind of also transitions, we all can take forward something from this entire discussion to collectively move and strengthen the capacity of state as an institution and other stakeholders from this momentum to an execution. Thank you, and over to Dr. Rajan.
Thank you very much, Arindam, for the introduction. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and everyone present here to be part of this debate, or what we call them, discussion on this international skilled mobility and migration. I just wanted to a little bit brief about the type of work that currently MOD is doing, just for an idea what we are currently doing. And it is one of the projects which we have taken. We have this particular workshop along with PDAG to expand our interest on the Indian policy mapping. Over the last 7 years, since its inception in 2019, IMAD has done several projects on migration, especially on international migration. Of course, I was looking at migration since my days at Center for Development Studies over the last 25 years. I will come back to that maybe a little later. but what the IMAD is doing. And IMAD started doing what we call them 3 rounds of migration surveys in the country. One was fully funded by the Kerala government through LKS on Kerala migration survey. And then we have done one with Orissa migration survey with IIT Hyderabad, funded by the what is called the International Food Policy Research Institute. And then we have done a study along with the PDAG, our partner in Jharkhand migration survey. I think these 3 surveys brought a lot of facts and figures in the context of no data availability. In fact, I always say that for the internal migrants, of course, there is nothing after the 2011 census. But when you say NRI, I call them not required Indians. So when you are not required, we don't collect data on them. So I think I'm very happy that you said that some people are at least counted in some places when they are in trouble. Otherwise, NRI means for me not required Indians. So we are not going to talk about these numbers anyway, because I have always debated with the government, the number, whatever they give today on Indian migrants abroad will be always underestimates. Always underestimate will be by 20 to 30%. That is my hunch. In addition to these big migration surveys, we also have done project on climate change in Orissa along with the IOM. And the recently completed recruitment cost survey for ILO. And then the SSHRC funded project on student migration in Canada and UK and also Australia. And then project on the food insecurity among migrants, because we never talk about food security for migrants, because when you go, you look for your food, which you belong to, you don't get that. So we do talk about food security and food insecurity. And these are the projects we were working on. Migration in relation to a latest project with the UNFPA on elderly care, which also in the context of migration, we have all the young people are away. And there are houses, you can see old people are living alone. Of course, I see in Kerala, we have more grandparents than grandchildren. So, which has not come to Delhi still, but I think slowly it will come. And automatically you also need care because the young people are leaving and the elderly are left behind. It is created what we call them the social cost of migration. And when we had a meeting, because we work very closely with PDAG on 2 projects we have done together, one with IOM on climate change related issue, both in Andhra Pradesh and Orissa. We also did together on Jharkhand migration survey. Of course, there are a few other things we are currently planning to take it up in the coming days. And that is where I discussed with Arindam few weeks back. We had a major project funded by the European Union. This is called Link for Skills. It's on the skills project. And you have the website, you can go and look at it. And this is part of a big network project. We have 7 origin countries, including India, which we take a lead. And then 5 destination countries, Poland, Germany, Austria, Netherlands, and Canada. And we were studying what is called the India migration corridor. That also comes back with what we call them the recent rounds of survey clearly indicate there is a shift from the Gulf to non-Gulf. Of course, I don't need to talk about Gulf right now because this is not a good time to talk about that, because I think I was given several interviews. I told them that the impact what we are going to have is much worse than the both global economic crisis plus COVID crisis, and 2 together. You can imagine that's what's happening right now. I think it has so much impact, which we are not talking. But then prior to that itself, I think after COVID, there is a small shift towards non-Gulf countries, which indicated from the Kerala migration survey in 2023, because Kerala used to be 80% of them used to be in the Gulf. Now, 20% of them are going to non-Gulf. Earlier, it was 90%. So, in fact, I was telling to the government, there was no flight. Vande Bharat flight came from any other country than what is called from the Gulf during the 2000, what is called the COVID crisis. I said, COVID comes back again, we need a special flight come from Germany to Kerala. Why only we get from Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia and Qatar? I think that's going to happen. I think that's very interesting that people are moving towards in the names of student migration. I think that's very important. And whenever we talk about migration, also we should talk about safe, legal, and orderly migration. I think this is something, this is the policy of the government of India, you like it or not, underground policy. And India talks about skills. In fact, the Prime Minister talks in many of the forum that India should emerge as a skill capital in the world. But some of the studies which we are taking up in some part of the countries outside UK, Canada, Australia, and some part of Europe, which clearly indicate there is also a little bit of de-skilling. Our people who are qualified, they are not doing the job which they are qualified. They are working, they may be making money, but they are working on the skill which they have acquired from the ASAP. I always talk to the ASAP, you should look at it, what they are doing. You are given skill. Are they doing the job for the same skill? I think this is something very, very important. And our study is basically, we are looking at 3 corridors. We call them one as established migration corridor. India, Canada is an established one, like India, US, India, UK. This is one corridor we are looking at it. And we are looking at one corridor, which we call them emerging corridor, which is Germany. A lot of flights going up. Of course, I told the ambassador a few weeks back, the trains are still running late. So we should send some drivers there, because we are sending only nurses. You have, what is called the 111 program, but we need some trains, So we know the trains are late in our country, but there are also trains for getting late because the drivers are scarcity. That indicate that labor scarcity, but they have in fact, Kerala, you walk around any place, there is a language institutes. Anywhere you go now, I think probably 200 plus people are learning language. I think if the German government want to give PRS, half of the Keralites will be there, which was denied to them by the Gulf countries. They did not give them anyway. So I think it's a we call them emerging corridor. So India, Germany, we can see that through flights, through agreement, so many things are happening. That's why we are also studying. In fact, I'm meeting a lot of people now. There is a lot of interest on Germany. I think we have a speaker from there. So, and we are also looking at next set of developing corridors, which is we are looking at Austria and Netherlands. They are also developing, even Netherlands. We have some people, because I always talk about corridor with flights. How many flights we have from India to Germany and which are the routes. I think that will give you how the people are moving, because this study was led by the what we call them Finland. You have the professor will be joining with us, not Finland. We have this Poland. When the first meeting was held, I asked them, is there any direct flight to India to Poland? They said yes. There is one flight by the Polish Airways from Delhi. It's part of the Star Alliance. So that one flight goes indicate there is a, if you talk about one flight from Delhi to Poland, imagine how many flights are going from Delhi to Germany to different cities. I think that is an indication of the mobility. We also estimate sometime using the train data to look at the internal migration. So I think these flights are very, very important. And this is the study we thought we will disseminate in Delhi. We thought we'll do it in Trivandrum, but we thought we'll disseminate in Delhi. That's why when I spoke to Arindam, then he said, yes, we can do it together so that we can expand this idea to, NSTC, ministries, and a lot of people are here. Because I have to bring a lot of people to Kerala. And Kerala is like another country for many people. You have only 2 flights to Trivandrum, but more flights to Germany anyway. So that indicate that people are moving to Germany than coming to Kerala anyway. So we can see that. And so that is where we thought we will disseminate our findings here, part of the larger interest on bringing migration to the forefront. And of course, this study will be presented by one of my colleagues, Varsa Sosi, in a few minutes from now. And prior to this study, which we have done now, it is called Link for Skills. I was part of the 2 studies at the Center for Development Studies between 2014 to 2017, funded by the European Commission. We had a meeting in Trivandrum. It's called Transnational Migration in Transition. We call them what is called the EuroNet. If you put that in the thing, you will get a lot of things. It was based on 11 countries, both from sending countries and receiving countries. And India, CDS was taking a lead, like what we do right now for IMA taking a lead in this one. And then 2008 to 13, we also did a project called Migration and Transformation. We call them what is called the Transnet. So we have Transnet projects. earlier with the European Commission. Then we have Euronet project. Now we have Link for Skills project, all related to, and all time we have these 11 to 12 countries of origin and countries of destination, because we have to study that. Many times we don't study Gulf because we study here, but that meeting both, going to do some field work there, some people come here and do field work, so that you get really a good idea. And that is where the European Commission is funding several studies, and we are part of this Link for Skill. I think with this brief, I would like to invite Varsha to give you a brief presentation on this study for the wider audience. But this is a very active project. You can go to the website, and we have a lot of publications coming up. Lot of country papers are there, both for the country which we work and also the other countries. Corridor research is there, and we'll have a final conference in Brussels with the European Commission on October 29. At the closure of this project. This is a dissemination at the India level. With that, I'll stop here. Thank you very much for everyone attending. I think now the hall is full. When we started off, I think there were some faces. Now it's full. I think that indicate the importance this particular subject holds for people's heart. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. And just to add a line here, I mean, there's nothing new to add, but so with Dr. Rajan, we also kind of jointly worked with ILO over the last 1.5 years, and we can't mention explicitly because it's still, formally not launched, but, Simon here is there, he's also aware. So these are 2 country corridor briefs actually encompassing everything that has been transpired between India and Germany, and then putting it all together in a space where the information asymmetry that often leads to, people not making the right choice could be done in a better way. So these are the 2 corridor briefs for the first time that both countries have agreed upon. And then finally, this is going to get launched. It's a EU CAM kind of an initiative between both countries and the ILO. And along with Germany, there's Austria that we've done. And right now, we're also working broadly on another 2 EU countries because there's a focus on EU right now. And again, it's interesting to look at, Italy and France. So I think conversations will be there and will be a lot, but without wasting any more time, Varsha, yeah, please.
You go down.
Thank you, Arindam. Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for the inaugural address. And now I'd like to invite Varsha to the dais. And Varsha is a senior research associate at the International Institute of Migration and Development, and she is currently leading the Link for Skills project along with Dr. Rajan and Rohit. Varsha, please.
Yeah. My presentation will come up. I guess while they're figuring out the technical part, maybe I can just make a brief introduction. Saurav already introduced me. So I'm Varsha. I've been taking a lead on the Link for Skill project at AMAT. The project has been running for 2 years now. We are in our final year of the project. And the idea is that we have few of the stakeholders we had interviewed for the project, as well as a lot of people from the policy and skilling ecosystem here. So the idea is to also share with you the brief findings, at least the preliminary initial findings we've had so far, to get your comments, as well as in the sessions that are planned ahead to further discuss these points, as well as wherein the Link for Skills finding would act as a basis to discuss this more. So without wasting any time, because 2 powerhouses who work on international migration has already commented on the topic at hand, I'll directly move on to what is my task of the day. With regard to the Link for Skills initial finding, we often think of migration as a one-way movement from origin to destination. But in reality, in today's labor, mobility is far more complex. It is circular, multidirectional, deeply embedded in the global labor markets. The problem is that these changes are so dynamic that the policies are only really catching up with these changes. And which also means that although India is the largest origin country out there, we cannot really make policies pertaining to international migration in isolation. The Link for Skill project precisely starts from this premise that migration should not just be understood as flow, but also as a system, a complex, dynamic, global system. I'll briefly introduce to you about what the project is trying to address. At the core of this project lies a structural challenge. Europe is facing an aging and shrinking workforce, leading to persistent skill shortages and labor market mismatches. While multiple solutions exist, such as reskilling, wage, So while multiple solutions exist, like reskilling, wage increase, automation, and migration, none of these essentially works in isolation. And on the other hand, we have origin countries like India with a demographic dividend to boast for and an extremely potential workforce that can be skilled. This brings us to the evolving policy landscape. The EU over the years, has introduced policy talent partnerships, individually with countries like Germany has, as well as EU in general. Now, these mobility programs are dynamic in nature and are evolving. And Arindam already shed light on the ones that have been recently signed, especially the FTA. And this is where the core gap that the Link for Skill project is identified. There is no concrete, systematic understanding of migration skill corridors, both those within the formal as well as those evolving outside these formal partnerships. What we lack is a structured mapping of these corridors, comparative assessment, and practical frameworks that can be replicated. This limits our understanding and ability to scale such designs and go for effective mobility systems. So now what does the Link for Skills project do? What we aim is on a larger capacity to map and analyze the various migration skill corridors, the 14 countries that Dr. Rajan had already listed in his introduction. Second, we aim to develop a systematic inventory and assessment framework. We also try to create a step-by-step guidebook for the policymakers and practitioners. And finally, to generate macro-level insights on skill shortages and global labor mobility. Before explaining the outputs that I just listed, I'll go back to the approach that the project has taken. We refer to something called the migration skill corridors approach as our theoretical base for the Link for Skills project. This approach fundamentally rethinks migration governance by recognizing that migration is multidirectional, circular, and embedded in the long-term workforce systems. It's built on 4 principles: ethical recruitment, reciprocal skill exchange, lifelong learnings, and skill recognition, sector-specific workforce planning. Importantly, migration skill corridor shifts the focus from short-term labor supply to long-term system building. A key contribution of the project is distinguished, as Dr. Rajan already mentioned, with regard to the established and emerging corridors. Now, established corridors explain on its own, it's shaped over time through economic, political, and cultural linkages, whereas emerging corridors, just like Sir mentioned in terms of India-Germany relations, are driven by the new policies, partnerships, and recruitment systems. The project both studies how the existing corridors can be optimized and how new corridors can be designed more effectively. Now, going on to the research design, the core of the project, among the various work packages that is listed here, lies on the 3 main pillars: the skill shortage model, which is under development, the migration skill corridors, which I'm going to shed my few points on, and everything is grounded into the 3rd pillar, the Link Skills AI-assisted skill navigator, which is strongly linked with impact and dissemination. The skill navigator, as we speaking, is growing with the project. All the outputs are being feeded into it and will be accessible. It is accessible right now. I'll be sharing the link towards the end of the meeting, but more towards the idea is that the dissemination workshop builds towards fine-tuning the skill navigator. And moving towards the partners involved, we are studying in total with regard to the project, we're studying 14 migration corridors across 12 countries, 7 origin and 5 destinations. So at one time, we're studying multiple corridors for our origin country. And we're also specifically looking at 3 sectors, that is healthcare, STEM, and the construction sectors. It integrates multiple work packages from skilling model to AI-based tool to ensure both analytical depth as well as practical output. Now, India as an origin country had chosen 4 destination countries or corridors to trace. This was Germany, Netherlands, Austria, and Canada. And along with me online, I have my colleague, my partner joining from the Netherlands team. I'm hoping, Julia, are you there online? If you
Yes,
could
I
just
am.
give me a heads up.
Hi, good. Oh,
Yeah. Hi.
good
Hi,
morning.
Julia. Maybe do you
Yes.
want to introduce yourself before I move on to the corridors?
Sorry, introduce myself?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, of course. Well, good morning, everyone from the Netherlands. My name is Julia Reinold. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Erasmus University Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and I've been working on skilled migration for the past 10 years or something. And I've been involved together with Varsha and Dr. Rajan and my colleague, Professor Engbersen, in the India-Dutch corridor work of Link for Skills. Thanks, Varsha. Thanks for having me.
I'll finish the Germany and then move on to you with the Netherlands findings. So first we'll go to the India-Germany corridor. The India-Germany corridor is particularly interesting because it is a priority strategic partnership that is viewed with strong political backing. India is a designated focus country, and Germany has significantly over time pointed out the importance India holds in their planning of international mobility. India is also a top nationality among labor migrants in Germany, accounting for 14.4% of their skilled labor. It includes highly skilled migrants with academic qualification as well as job searching migrants. The number of skilled migrants from India migrating to Germany for vocational training alone has jumped from 90 in 2021 to 380 in 2022. While migration from India since the 2000s and with the green card and as well as the EU blue card was focused on highly skilled IT professionals, the mobility ever since is diversified with regard to skill levels and skill sectors, including the student mobility as we view in full capacity. What comes off very clearly with regard to the India-Germany corridor is there is a good match of demand and supply, especially with regard to the sectors. Now, we all know that the flagship triple win program that Germany has signed with the Norca in Kerala, and we also have the hand-in-hand program. And these were the programs that we had analyzed and looked into for the corridor research. Going on to the challenges or the initial findings that we had understood with regard to this corridor is that one of the most interesting findings is that it's not the issue of lack of skills, but the lack of standardization and recognition. Indian professionals are qualified, but not exactly in the measured terms that Germany has put forward. Often, the labor that is moving from India requires additional certification and 100% match, as quoted by one of the stakeholders that we had interviewed. This points to a systematic alignment problem and not necessarily a skill deficit. And additionally, one could see that the recruitment ecosystem in itself is pretty fragmented. There exists private as well as private recruitment, but often seen is that the public G2G program that exists, although are ethically and standardized, they're slow as compared to the private alternatives out there, creating a public-private tension within the corridor. And like I mentioned, there's the issue of institutional gaps. So one of the key issues with regard to the India-Germany corridor is the language skilling. And one of the most interesting finding within the corridor was when I was talking to a stakeholder, wherein they pointed out that, like Dr. Rajan mentioned, there is a language school in every corner in Kerala you can find, but there is a dearth of master trainers, or let's say quality, good qualified language trainers. And in often the India-Germany corridor, especially with regard to those that go into the private, those migrants that go into through the private route, it's very clearly seen that most of them lack qualified language training. So that is another issue that came up with India-Germany. And I think I'll move on to the India-Dutch corridor, which Julia will be taking forward.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. And are you changing the slides, Varsha?
Yeah, sure, I can change.
Okay. So yeah, as I've said already, we've worked on this corridor report together with IMAD and Rotterdam. And yes, thanks. So we can move directly to the first slide here. And you can see, of course, the Netherlands is a small country, but for us, Indian migration is really important. Indian migrants are the largest group of non-EU knowledge migrants, as we call them in the Netherlands. We have a specific scheme to allow for the migration of highly skilled migrants, and that's based on a salary threshold. So actually, if the private sector is willing to pay the higher salaries, then there's a fast-track procedure for this high-skilled migrants. And Indian migrants make up around 1/4 of all knowledge migrants to the Netherlands. Knowledge migration from India to the Netherlands was especially high in 2022, where you can see a little peak. And since then, it's been declining a little bit. So on the slide, I'm not sure if you can read it, but the orange bar relates to knowledge migration, and the blue is migration in total. So yeah, knowledge migration is also among all different kinds of migration to the Netherlands from India is the most important group. And yeah, it's been declining a little bit, and we found out that there are different reasons for that. So for example, there are a lot of political discussions about changing the knowledge migrant scheme, for example, or changing a tax break that we have for knowledge migrants also in the Netherlands, which leads a little bit to insecurities. There are also reforms about international student mobility, which is also quite important for Indian migration to the Netherlands, which adds an additional layer of insecurities to migrants who are thinking about choosing their next destination. And yeah, in general, the industry we were told was also a little bit on hold. So companies rethought what are we doing, and that's why it also decreased a little bit. And all of this together is also affecting the competitiveness of the Netherlands. So that's why after a steep increase, we are seeing a decline now for the last few years. What is not in the chart is intra-corporate transferees, but we've been told in our interviews often that this is the second most important group actually of Indian highly skilled migrants coming to the Netherlands, next to the people moving through the knowledge migration. And also the Netherlands is very interested in attracted Indian entrepreneurs. There are many companies or universities who directly go also to India to recruit possible entrepreneurs from there. And if you look at the little map on the right, that's the Netherlands, and the darker the spots, the higher the concentration of Indian migrants there. So you can see that they cluster, especially in the north, in the larger cities around Amsterdam, The Hague, Amstelveen. But then if you look at the middle there, that's Eindhoven, where we also have an important company, ASML, which is one of the largest European companies, and that also attracts a lot of Indian migrants. Yes, and in general, I can just say it again that Indians are the largest group and very important to the Netherlands. So while the Netherlands maybe seem small to you, India is very important to the Netherlands. And then the next slide, please. So I think we've heard it already. There are no bilateral agreements between India and the Netherlands to facilitate more structured mobility. The only things we have in place are a double taxation agreement and social security agreement, but no state agreements to govern migration as such. The system is very demand-driven through the knowledge migrant scheme. So really the private sector takes the lead in bringing Indians to the Netherlands, so that those are especially Indian companies that are already in the Netherlands, but also larger multinationals, universities and less so SMEs and hospitals, because for these last two, there are a lot of challenges in the recruitment process. They often cannot deal with it themselves because they don't have the capacities and resources. So they often rely on recruitment agencies. The majority of Indian works in STEM or IT, but I've been told that sometimes they hit a glass ceiling so that they cannot develop any further. So then often they also become self-employed. There are some rather unsuccessful initiatives to recruit also Indian nurses to the Netherlands. And here the challenge is really also the language and the recognition of qualifications, as in the case of Germany. So I think, from what I know, most of these initiatives have been stopped because it was too difficult, or the nurses didn't end up working actually as nurses, but only as caretakers. And because the corridor is so private-led, there are sometimes accountability gaps. So we've heard about recruitment scams, that recruitment agencies promise a lot to the migrants, but then, in reality, things look very different. And also an upcoming phenomenon is the posting of workers. So that's when Indian migrants, for example, are hired to another European state and then sent on to work in the Netherlands. And there are also sometimes risks of exploitation, for example, for the migrants. But that is really just upcoming also for the Indians. So in general, from the Dutch side, at least, the Indian corridor is an established one because it's been really important since the introduction of the knowledge migrant scheme, but it remains rather ad hoc because it's only driven by the private sector and the public sector is not involved. And that was it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. I'll move on to the next corridor, which is the India-Austria Migration Skill Corridor. Now, Austria's structural labor shortages are both significant and sector-specific. Just to throw in few numbers, especially with regard to the projections that has come out, a shortage of 27,000 construction workers are reported by 2040, around 51,000 nursing and care professionals by 2030, and nearly 100,000 STEM professionals by, again, 2030. In fact, Austria currently lists over 60 shortage occupations, reflecting a systematic gap in the workforce availability. What is important here is to note that these shortages are not cyclical, but rather long-term and demographic in nature, driven by an aging population and limited domestic supply. In response, Austria has adopted a multi-layered approach to talent attraction, combining both public and private mechanisms. Since 2019, Austria has actively promoted itself as a destination for skilled workers, supported international professionals and employers, focused on selected origin countries, including India. However, unlike most state-driven corridor approaches that we saw in the case of, let's say, India-Germany, Austria's model is characterized by a strong role of private recruitment channels as well. And we could also see a role of a lot of regional as well as provincial sector-specific initiatives. And there is also an increasing reliance on the educational pathway as a long-term talent pipeline. This is very evident when we were looking at the new VFS program that has been signed between the technical universities in Austria and India. This reflects a more decentralized and network-driven migration system rather than a fully coordinated national strategy as seen in the other case. What makes India-Austria corridor also very interesting is that it is also shaped by a combination of historical ties, informal networks, and emerging policy framework. We were looking at not only the relation that the Kerala and one of the provinces in Austria has that date back to 1970s, which still deals with taking nurses from Kerala to Austria, but also these informal and trust-based networks continue to play a very important role in the India-Austria corridor. At the same time, we are also seeing increasingly policy-driven momentum with regard to especially the 2023 MMPA that was signed between both the countries. that was it with regard to the migration skill corridors that we were tracing. Just to bring you back to the Link for Skills project and the outputs that we are looking at. Currently, as mentioned at the beginning, all our outputs, be it the migration skill corridor, the inventory reports that we are preparing in terms of the origin country, are all feeded into the AI-enhanced navigator, which Dr. Hab, who's joining us in the session one, will be talking to you in detail about. We are also having a number of journal articles well as publications that is currently listed in the Link for Skill website, which is accessible to everyone. There are also working papers, the one that Julia had listed in her presentation, which is already up, which is on the India-Netherlands corridor. We also have individual country profiles for all the countries that are listed in the project. And what is in progress is there is a fair skill policy manifesto, which will be published this June in the IMISCO 2026. And we also have a handbook on good practices across the different corridors that is coming out. And we also have corridor briefs, which are under preparation. And the most interesting aspect, especially with regard to the migration skill corridors that we're looking at right now, there is a comparative report that is being prepared by the German partners as we're speaking, which will also be out this summer for to access to everyone. As I almost come to the end of my presentation, what I've also done is just to link the overarching points that we just discussed over this presentation to the 3 sessions that are going to follow, just for everyone's reference. And I'm always available here to have more conversations about the project and the findings. Like I mentioned, we are in our final year, so almost every reports, every a publication with regard to it will be accessible by the end of this year on the website. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Varsha, for the presentation. I think we'll take a 5 to 7 minutes break and start with our first session from 11. Thank you so much. We'll start in 2 minutes.
Hello, hello, good morning.
Tea is being served at the lobby. If anyone wants to cup, please. But the-
Hi everyone. Just to be on time and keep to the time, I request everyone outside having the tea to please wind up as soon as possible so we can start session 1.
We'll start with their session in 3 minutes, requesting everyone to have their tea at the earliest. We'll start with their session, requesting everyone in the lobby please return to the lecture hall.
Other lady is there, so she will speak first. You will introduce all the people. I'll ask her first, okay? She will be the first speaker. She will be the first speaker. Yeah, because she has to learn all things. Then we'll move the order. She's sitting there in the morning itself. Oh, sorry. Then we are here, no? Not available in the lunch, after lunch is that we go. No, we should plan one week. You can be a part of that. We are planning for a summer school with the CA set in Kerala. But we will but we are not now.
We'll start with the session now. So in this session, we'll have a discussion on skills and pathways in the international migration and mobility corridor. And to moderate this session, we have Dr. S. Iridoyarajan in the chair. There is no point introducing him. We all know him, but still.
They don't need to introduce.
The founder chair of the International Institute of Migration and Development, India, a former professor at the Center for Development Studies. He brings over 35 years of leadership in migration research. Since 1998, he has co-led the Kerala Migration Survey with K.C. Zakaria, establishing a model for large-scale migration surveys replicated across several Indian states. He has led over 75 research projects and collaborated extensively with global institutions, including the World Bank, ILO, IOM, Asian Development Bank, and the European Commission. His work spans the demographic, social, economic, and political dimensions of migration. He also edits the Indian Migration Report and the South Asia Migration Report. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Now I'll like to call on stage the other panelists. First, we have Dr. Devdeep De. Dr. De is a social sector expert with nearly 2 decades of experience across international trade, MSMEs, financial inclusion, and livelihoods. He has worked extensively with Government of India ministries and global development agencies, including FCDO, UNDP, ADB, and the UNDO. At NSDC, he leads research initiatives focused on generating actionable insights to strengthen MSMEs and drive sustainable livelihoods. His work sits at the intersection of policy, enterprise development, and social impact, supported by a strong track record in research consulting and global collaborations. Dr. De, thanks for being part of this panel.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Gagan Agarwal. Gagan Agarwal is an international education and skills development specialist with extensive experience building partnerships across India and the UK and Canada. At VTCT Skills, he supports the expansion of UK-aligned vocational qualifications in India, working closely with institutions, government bodies, and industry partners. His work is focused on strengthening skills ecosystems and enabling international skills mobility, creating pathways for learners to access global opportunities through recognized qualifications and industry-aligned training. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Navnil Das. Mr. Navnil Das is a senior professional with over 19 years of experience in skills development and labor market programs, with a strong focus on international mobility. He joined the Confederation of Indian Industry, supporting initiatives on global employment pathways in collaboration with the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, foreign embassies, and other stakeholders. Previously, at GIZ, he led programs on TVET reforms, green skills, and international mobility aligned with global standards. He has extensive experience working with central and state governments, industry, and international development partners to enable skilled workforce mobility. And lastly, joining us online, we have Professor Dr. Hab Isabella Grabowska. Professor Dr. Isabella is a leading sociologist and economist and full professor of social sciences at Kosminski University. where she founded and directs the CRASH, which is full form for Center for Research on Social Change and Human Mobility, with over 2 decades of experience in migration research, including her work with the Center of Migration Research in Warsaw and leadership within the IMIS-COE network. Her scholarship has shaped contemporary debates on mobility, labor markets, and social change. She has served as a national expert to the European Commission and contributes to institutions such as the European Labour Agency and EURES. She currently serves as the scientific coordinator of the Horizon Europe project Link for Skills and leads the Big MIC research initiative focusing on migration skills and human capacities. Dr. Isabella, very good morning to you and welcome to this.
Very good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Dr. Rajan, now I'll let you take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have 4 speakers, and I thought we will start with our online speaker. First, she is our team leader for our Link for Skills project, and she's from Poland. I told in the morning, we have only 1 flight to Poland. That indicates the migration corridor is very thin compared to the India-Germany migration corridor. We have a lot of flights. I think every 4 hours there's a flight. So I think that's indicate the migration corridor. So Professor Isabella, whom I know her now through the project, I also met her. I've been to her university, and I wanted her to come to Delhi, but I think but it's a very too limited time we had. And Professor Isabella will speak on the project, some of the findings, and also what is currently happening on the project. Isabella, 10 minutes you can take for the initial, then you can give something later, anything required. Thank you. Isabella, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to share my screen. I hope it will be possible. I'm not sure if it will be possible. Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm very happy for being here with you, although remotely, not personally, which I regret dearly, but still it's possible. I would like to share with you some main findings of our global Link for Skills project, which is about addressing skill shortages, aging, reskilling, upskilling, migration, and automation. So the project is much wider than just migration, but of course, migration plays a big part. So the project addresses 3 policy questions. How should the EU respond to skill shortages? How can policymakers identify skills needed in changing labor market more effectively, both in origin countries and receiving countries? And how can the EU ensure that skills recruitment, both in the EU and beyond, is fair and efficient? To bring this gap, we are between skill supply and demand. We consider 3 policy options, which are, as I mentioned, reskilling, upskilling, promoting automation, and encouraging international migration within migration skill corridors, as Rajan kindly said. Exploring how emerging migration skill corridors, such as Poland, India, and established, such as India, Canada, can make effective and fair, and how new ones can develop. You see countries involved. It's really a global consortium. At the end, at the heart of this project is AI-enabled, curated Link for Skills Navigator, which is a knowledge base set up by experts with a curated chatbot. So with small LLM, which is embedded into the system in order to help you as stakeholders, policymakers, to make informed decisions. So one of our main findings is that EU's main challenge is structural skill mismatch, not just overall labor shortage. We made projections till 2060, which show that growth in highly educated workers alongside persistent vacancies in medium and low skilled jobs. So underutilization and shortage can coexist, and particularly the finding about the medium skilled, not only about high skilled, it's very interesting that we see this missing middle that governments taught themselves to address either high-skilled or low-skilled, but there are lots of missing policies about the medium-skilled, like technical jobs, operating machine operating robots, and so on. So no single policy solved this mismatch. Scenario testing shows each option: immigration expansion, education reform, retraining, delayed recruitment, automation, and upskilling help some gaps but can worsen others. So coordinated policy packages are needed. Therefore, we are coming with the idea of migration skill corridors, which can help align skills supply and demand when they are designed with fair, transparent structure governance. And the project proposes a typology of 5 corridor types to support policy design and comparison, which in a moment I will go to that. We also studied skill mobility partnerships, which are diverse and many countries act both as origin and destination countries. So the project mapped 156 government-to-government partnerships from 2015 to 2025 over the last 10 years, involving at least one link for skills country, with Germany the most active participant. So sector targeting is common in partnership, frequently prioritized areas including healthcare, construction, ICT, agriculture, and STEM-related fields. We also discovered that return and reintegration are often weak in program design, while many partnerships mention return. Far fewer include reintegration support, and integration support is more often limited to measures like language trainings. So corridors link policy institutions, individual choices across the migration whole cycle, including settlement, return, and circular mobility. So corridors are not only about flows, they're about the whole governance system, or if you wish, migration infrastructure, or the whole migration ecosystem. So typology involved, which I'm sure you discussed already today, post-colonial, post-guest worker, highly skilled, medium skilled, or sectors-based and humanitarian corridors, which are especially relevant for regions which are unsettling, conflicted, or war and in crisis. So there are 3 design dimensions. There's formality, ad hoc to structures, establishment, emergency to establish, and governments, private-led to public-led options. Fairness, absolutely, in migration skill corridors is central. We should treat corridors as partnerships with origin country roles in training, recruitment, and reintegration, plus accountability beyond triple win claims. Key bottlenecks which appear, and I really make a plea for you to address it strongly in collaboration with the destination countries. There are qualification recognition improved via bridging, fast-track procedures, and clearer standards. Corridors can strengthen essential medium-skilled roles, which I just mentioned that they are forgotten middle, which we should keep thinking about it, because not only highly and low-skilled, especially in the area of automation, will be needed, but 30% of shortages of skills in the EU will be relating to middle-skilled jobs. So in this respect, these are very important findings. I just said about skill mobility partnerships. Maybe I just say that we mapped 9 for India, India-France Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, Germany-India Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, ongoing till 29, India-UK Migration and Mobility Partnership 21, ongoing, India-Italy 23, India-France Administrative Agreement on Skill Development and Vocational Training finished in 2020, Austria-India Comprehensive Partnership for Migration and Mobility 23, Canada-India MOU, India-Singapore MOU on educational cooperation and development, and India-Denmark MOU on skill development cooperation. So India plays a very important role in designing these targeted infrastructures, these targeted ecosystems. For the end of my introduction, I would like to recommend to you this Link for Skills Navigator, which is a practical project output, AI-assisted curated platform concept combining public statistics, dashboards, and a chatbot to help policymakers and practitioners explore data, create and export visual, and use evidence in decision-making. So here is the QR code. You can register from the backend of the system and to get access to various countries forecast till 2060, also world data about countries of origin. Then you will have all the inventory with skill mobility partnerships, which we managed to map in Link for Skills project, and also migration skill corridors, 14 case studies, which are not there yet because it's ongoing, and it is still a prototype. So you can see it for what is already collected there and co-create the system with us. Because as I said, we are testing small LLM. We want to create trustworthy system with checked data, with chatbot which doesn't hallucinate, which delivers important information. So that's a registration to the platform. In the meantime, you can play with it and give us some feedback at the end. So I will send the presentation to you. No time now to make the insight from the backend side, but I can promise you, although it's not perfect yet because system is still mocked, you can still find lots of interesting things. So again, thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to participate in the panel.
Thank you, Professor Isabella. I think you have given us a brief introduction and the findings of the Link for Skill project. We will move to the next panelist, Dr. Day. Day, you need your presentation. Yeah. Dr. Day will speak briefly about the NSDC work on skilling.
Yeah. Very good morning, everyone. Thanks, Professor Rajan. Thanks, Arindam, for the invite. And let me, while I think it's a very interesting one when we are talking about Link for Skills project, and probably we are here at the right time to discuss all this. And, I can see Simon sitting here, so probably a lot of inputs would come from his side as well. So before, while I start, 2-3 things I would like to highlight. I've made a very small presentation to understand and discuss, and probably this is, and to look at something way forward, in terms of what can be done to bridge the gap. While we have understood very clearly from the previous discussions that yes, there is a gap. So that gap, we call it mutual recognition, you call it whatever. That we will come into data. And then how we can bridge that, probably that is the need of the hour. That is something which needs to be discussed. So, to start with, obviously, we are uniquely positioned in terms of demographic dividend. And let's take it very clearly that, that we have been discussing of labor welfare agreements. We have been discussing about mobility agreements, migration and mobility agreements. All these kind of discussions are happening since late 1970s. So the things are not new. What I'm trying to say is that, the problem, the issue is not new, and we have been discussing all these things since ages. Right, and we all know that we have a demographic dividend right now, and it's kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. And if you look at the median age for the country is 28 years, which means that we are rightly positioned to, deliver workforce to the world. And when we say this, it is to be understood in this context that migration, international migration, it is aspirational. So it cannot be, and that is where what Professor Rajan was mentioning in the morning, that, that when you are talking about safe, orderly, and so all those things we need to be considered. So it has to be aspirational. So any candidate we are talking about, that, the migration, we need to understand that there is an aspiration for that particular candidate. And that is where, I mean, and in one of our estimates, actually, we have made a kind of a demand estimation for the European Union. And it says that, that the demand for EU from a third country, within EU, there are situations like within EU movement is also allowed. But we are talking about, when you're talking about a third country migration from outside the EU 27, that can go up to 25 million in the next 7 to 10 years. So that's the demand estimation which our team has actually done. But having said that, it is well understood that yes, we are rightly poised and with the median age of 28 years. Now, coming to this, sorry, I think, yeah. So now let's get into this discussion that, the objective remains that every migrating worker possesses a valid, verifiable skill certification aligned to destination requirements. That is the simple ask of the hour. And now, if we have understood this, then what is the outcome of this? That yes, it would reduce, rejection risk. It would prevent the distress situations which we are talking about. It would strengthen the employer confidence and then enhance our reputation as a quality assured workforce provider. And that is something which we need to understand, that if whatever we are providing, it is quality assured, and it is that the quality requirements are as per the destination requirements and not from the origin country perspective. And then the impact is well understood, and I'm not reiterating it out. But the point which I'm trying to make is that when whosoever is actually traveling from here to any destination country has to be skill certified. And let me tell you here that there is a shared responsibility. As I move on in this presentation, there is a shared responsibility which is involved here. How this sharing is happening, that I will talk later. So, I mean, this is, reiterating the same story. If we look into the median age, if you look at India, at the last yellow line, it is at 28. Even if you look at the world average, it's 30. So we are below the world average. And this is actually the median age for different countries. And if you look at, these are all the developed nations. What I'm trying to say is that this actually very clearly shows that how we can actually, or what is our offer to the world, and what we can actually do for the world. Right. Now, moving on. So if we look into the migrant stock, it has not changed significantly. I mean, if you look at the high-income countries, the share of the high-income countries has actually gone up. So if you look at two situations like 1990 and 2024, while, in 1990, it was 49%, and now it has moved on to 86%. So nothing has changed much, which means that destination-wise, we are clear. Age-wise, demography-wise, we are clear. So what is required is the next part where we talk about these challenges. And when we talk about these challenges, let's understand this very clearly, that skills don't translate directly. It needs a systemic support. And when we are talking about the core issues, while some of them, those have already been highlighted, the occupational titles, they don't translate across international skill ecosystem. That is number one. Number two is competency expectations differ substantially by jurisdiction. So what is the competency expectation here is very different from what is expected in Germany. I'm talking about at the same occupational level, there is a difference. Then assessment standards, they vary across countries. Lack of integrated labor market intelligence. And when we talk about the integrated labor market intelligence, there is some work which is happening within the country itself, because within our country itself, our LMIS is not very integrated. And that is the work which is on, and that is the discussion which will come out. We are hoping that in the new skills policy, which is due maybe this year or later half of this year, it will come. So this will try to explain that that how this labor market, this LMIS can be integrated. And then absence of systematic equivalence methodology. So we don't have an equivalence methodology to say, and that is where the shared responsibility comes in. So we have to understand very clearly that the demand is coming from the destination country. So if we are saying that, yes, we are a provider of the skilled workforce, it is also an equal responsibility of the employer to recognize that, yes, there is a demand and we need people of these skill sets. So the employer in the destination countries, they also have to recognize that, yes, there is a systemic issue and they need to work jointly. And that is where the work has started, and obviously it has started in silos, but then it has to be integrated. And gradually, what we see is that moving forward, it can have a national level integration, but then the mapping has to be done destination by destination. It cannot be a one size fits all kind of an approach. So here I come up with this, that we have this, under the Skill India mission, this is a very flagship scheme which talks about Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, this PMKVY. So PMKVY is kind of a known scheme for all of us in the skill ecosystem. So there can be a proposition, and this is a kind of a forum where we can brainstorm and we can debate this kind of a situation, that if we have a version, something like a PMKVY international, and when we are talking about international, this is coming with mapping of qualification packs, and those qualification packs, how are they aligned with ISCO and for that matter ESCO. And then we can look at that what kind of gaps are there in the training, and then you look at that, yes, there is a delta gap which you find in a particular destination country. While PMKVY, it promotes a lot of short-term training, there is also a provision where you can create the micro credentials, and those micro credentials can actually act as a bridge. So those can be the bridge modules which can actually bridge the gap between the requirement of the destination country and the whatever is being taught in the origin location. And the micro credentials can actually range from 7.5 hours to 30 hours. So what I'm trying to say is that even in a very short duration course, you can actually fit a module. In the short-term duration courses are generally, they range from 150 to 300 hours. But then if there is a requirement that even shorter modules, there is a provision that they can be developed. And those are the micro credentials which can actually help to bridge the gap. And then there can be a provision where a joint assessment is being done. When I say joint assessment, then comes the shared responsibility. And let me tell you that we are actually doing it in some of the locations. For example, with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there is a skill verification program where there is a joint assessment which is being undertaken. And the assessor is from the destination country. We just comply with their requirements. So there is, what I'm trying to say is that it can be done if we can do it in a systematic way. So that is how I think, if the bridging modules can be developed. The issue with language, a major issue, the language, it has to be seen that and for language specifically, the main issue comes with financing. So who is going to finance my language courses? Because the language courses, they're quite expensive in nature. And say, for example, if I am an aspirant migrant, for example, if I'm an aspirant migrant to Germany, so if I've learned Germany, is there a guarantee that I get a job in Germany? So if I have cleared these B1 and B2 levels, and then given a situation that, I'm not able to migrate, what will happen? Because then my entire investment, it goes for a toss. And that is where, when it comes to language certification, it's a very sensitive thing which we need to think on. And then, obviously, the soft skills modules, the assessment part, and then the digital credential part. And I will conclude in a minute while I introduce this idea of a skills passport. And this is something which is under discussion, that when we talk about skills passport, so it is like a digital card where you are actually putting your verified credentials. And when you are putting the verified credentials, they are all getting collected and it gets reflected in your academic bank of credit. So you have all those certifications in place in that skills passport. So I think this slide, I mean, Professor Isabella was showing, apart from the MMPAs and the other agreements, we have specific skill partnerships with some of the countries. So they are highlighted here. I'm not for the in the interest of time, I'm not reiterating that. Coming to the last part, there is a lot of institutional mechanism which has to be built, where the interministerial bridges they need to be built. And then when we talk about PDOT, it has to be quite comprehensive in nature. And then when we are talking about the digitalization, SIDH, the Skill India Digital Hub, it plays a very crucial role. And we at NSDCI, the NSDC international part, we are facilitating not only G2G but also B2B. So both these routes are actually on. So while the skill partnerships can be G2G, with G2G and B2B, they have to work in parallel. So I will stop here. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Ade. We will move to the next speaker, Mr. Gahan. Based on your experience, can you briefly tell us maybe 10 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you everyone for inviting me. I'm from VTCT Skills in the UK. So we are an assessment awarding body from the UK. I don't have a presentation, but I'll talk through some of the instances that my colleague here on the dais, Dr. Day, mentioned about accreditation, about assessment, about certification. This is exactly where we come in. We are a off-call awarding body. Our intent is that we need to look at a standardized assessment system that is recognized by countries in Europe, UK or elsewhere as well. So the way it works in the UK is the qualification framework is recognized by more than 60 countries. Unfortunately, after the EU exit and certain differences in the way qualification is assessed, the UK qualification and the European qualification framework are not exactly aligned. But what we are strong in the UK is how we assess the qualification, and that is where we bring the value and we can give a portfolio of evidence of what the student has learned. That gives the confidence to the employer that a health worker has the necessary skills before coming to work in a hospital. Whether the hospital is in Austria, Germany, or England, the employer gets the confidence that the requisite skills are available. It is not just a formative assessment that we are used to in India, exam-based assessment, but a portfolio of evidence that gives the competence of English. So that's the assessment that we bring onto the table. And over and above that, from UK qualification, we can add the European qualification framework as well. So that gives the confidence to the eventual employer in Europe as well that the certain candidate has the requisite qualification skills for the required job for which he's being considered. Then comes the bit about accreditation and realignment. So when we look at assessment and when we look at the exact qualification, we are addressing the three bits around assessment, realignment, and certification as well. So the employer gets the full confidence that he or she has gone through the rigorous training and has the requisite standards and the systems and processes, and he's suitably qualified. And that's where the international assessment comes into play as well. So it answers a lot of your questions around how the certifications will come in, how two different bodies will come together and look at assessing the candidate, and it addresses a lot of barriers around skilling as well. So this is the hour of the need. The system that we have, and we can break it down and make it modular, so it can be practiced even in degree institutions in India. It can also be taken to the diploma institutes or the polytechnics as well. So we can cater to the whole ecosystem as well. So if we are looking at a diploma graduate student who's at a UK level 1 or 2 or lower as well, we can look at improving the skills of that candidate and making him a machinist ready for Europe, Middle East, or elsewhere. Talking about Middle East, UK qualifications under UK OFCOL are fully recognized in the Gulf area. So someone who has a UK qualification in, say, electric vehicle from the UK will be able to work at a Ford plant in Dubai. So that is the advantage of the intermobility agreements between UK and the other countries that allows qualifications to be portable.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we will wait for the questions from the audience. We'll go to Mr. Das, who is currently the lead of the International Partnership in Skills Confederation of Indian Institutes, India, Indian Industries. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Navonil Dash. I am looking after the international migration and international partnerships in Confederation of Indian Industry. I think all of you are aware about the CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry, one of the oldest and apex industry institutions, industry associations in India. We have been working in this sector of skill development, previously known as capacity building, for the Indian workers who have been working in this, at the shop floor for almost 4 decades now. We used to organize this work skills competition, supervisory skills competition, to create friendly competitiveness among the workers who are working in the shop floor, and basically to enhance their workmanship and their efficiency. Then with the new schemes that have started, like the PM KVY, and before that also there were other schemes. So CII slowly started working into this whole skill development sector. We developed a new Center of Excellence among many that we have developed, which is called CII Rahul Bajaj Center of Excellence on Skills. Under this Center of Excellence, we have right now around more or less 70 centers. We call them like physical centers present across the country, through which we mobilize, we train, and we deploy students. It's kind of an RTD, recruit, train, deploy model that we adapt to for our industry parties. Mostly, we cater to the domestic industries. We have certain big ones, like we call them MSTI, multi-skill training institutes in Mumbai, in Kandivali, in Delhi, and in other places. So, and then there is MCCs, which is, you can say, kind of a replication of the Ministry of Labor's MCCs, which is a model career center that we are also running with support from our industry members. And we also provide career counseling opportunities to students, to private and deemed universities students. So in these sectors, in these centers that we are running, we realize that, of course, there is in Indian domestic market also, we need a lot of skilled and trained talents who can work in our domestic sector. But at the same time, as this is like something that at a national or an international level, the Indian government has taken up this initiative that we would also support our countries, our friendly countries, our partner countries like Germany, European countries, and other countries, Middle East and everywhere, with providing them the Indian skilled manpower. So when we are doing it, we are not an recruitment agency, but we work with the government and the industries and with our sister chambers, like in Germany and other countries, that we sometimes work as a kind of aggregator of demands. So whenever there is we have a chamber of commerce, a partner chamber of commerce in BVMW is there, which is in Germany. So they are trying to set up a training center in India, a couple of training centers where they will, I was hearing to all the previous speakers who were talking about how we can align the exact need that is there coming from those industries and the demand and supply part. So why not, we are also in discussion with certain organizations, if we can create certain finishing schools, like let's call it a finishing school in India, where maybe the German automobile industry, they need a very specific trade to be like a top-up course or a bridge course, and that can be taught in these finishing schools along with the language part, because we realize that Indian students are sometimes they are actually quite at par. Sometimes, okay, there is a gap here and there. Sometimes we know more than them. Sometimes we know less than them. But of course, we need to bridge the gap. We need to be at par, completely at par with the recruitment employer, the foreign employer who is coming. And there is no like you can't like send someone and ask them, other than if it's an Ausbildung program, you can't send someone and say, okay, 6 mahina matlab, let them learn the job for 6 months or 7 months and then they go back. But at the same time, we also realize that the language part is very much important and it is very needed. Like we are running right now, we are working very closely with the government of Japan, and we are running 5 centers where we are training Japanese language training. Of course, like what Dr. Dev was telling, that who will pay for these courses? Like if someone is learning Japanese or German and after 2 years or 3 years, if he is not getting a job. So what we were thinking, I'm sure you are aware that there are several government schemes are going on, like Assam government have started a scheme called CM Flight, where they are providing a support to the students who are actually getting a job, also by providing them, kind of reimbursing them. So something similar can be, I would also request the other senior colleagues who are here, like as a policy level advocacy, that maybe if that can be requested or that can be advocated to the government, so some support from the government can come to that. Because see, the thing is that we can request the Indian industry to support the training courses, the training modules, the whatever the new courses are coming. But when it comes to the international mobility, honestly, we cannot ask the Indian industry to support the training of Indian students so that they can go abroad without working in India. They will not be very happy about that. So we definitely need support from the foreign industries who want to come and who are very serious about that. Okay, now I really need Indian students or Indian skilled manpower to come and work with me, like all these countries with whom we have signed these MMPA and other accords and so on. So we need to come together. I mean, I don't want to say here that we're working very closely here and there, etc. But we need to come together with all these other associations, other industries, other organizations, and set up this system. At the same time, so if I can just to break it down, like definitely there is a very I mean, we are working towards that, to setting up some kind of a finishing school. It's not that we can do it for each of the countries and each of the sectors. We are trying to work with few countries, with a few selected sectors, and then slowly get into a place like that, so that like we are all trying to make India the talent hub or the talent capital for the world. And there are definitely a huge need. For the last couple of months, I have been meeting with friends, colleagues, partners from different countries, and there is a huge need for especially like skills like agriculture, forestry, butchering, seafood processing, also deep tech, like like AI and other deep tech things are also coming, that they need Indian talents. So there is a huge need, and we are all talking about that. But we need to maybe, if we can all come together and work on this and create this kind of system where we can train them about the course, also about the language, it will be really useful. Maybe just one moment, sir.
Yeah.
Maybe one thing that when we studied in schools, you all used to have this third language, like when we were in class 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I come from a very small school, so there we used to they taught us only either Hindi or Sanskrit, because they don't have that time, back in 90s, they don't have that much of infrastructure. But I'm sure that with this new national educational policy that is getting implemented in India, there is also, like, I can see that the students these days, they're picking up Spanish, German, French. So that kind of maybe there is a policy should be there, that more and more students should learn these languages, because they anyway, like, learning a language is not going to harm anyone, because somewhere down the line it will be useful. Maybe even if you are going for a research job, if you know the language, you might get better opportunities. which somehow the Indian students are somewhere lacking. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we are going to open up to the floor because we had 4 presentation and we have close to 40 minutes. And so we'll have a first round of, interventions from the audience. Just, we'll take maybe 5 or 6 in the first time. And is there mic available to them or anything is available or they will speak? Do you have mics?
There is mic.
Yeah, okay, mic is coming. Yeah, please. Yeah. So we can have first 6 or 7 intervention. Then I will ask them to, respond to that. And you can just introduce your name and where are you from so that it will be available for us to note down later. We'll start now. Yeah, mic is there in the back. Yeah, can you give the mic? Anyone who want to start? Already I'm seeing 2 hands in the back. 3. Okay, already 5 hands in the back. Okay, good, good. So we'll start from the last one in the back who is sitting there in the.
My
Yeah.
name is Aju John.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
My name is Aju John. I'm a PhD student at Humboldt University in Berlin. It seemed to me that all the panelists are speaking from a perspective where the demand for skills is somehow predictable, where industry, state, and educational institutions can partner over a predictable set of skills that are available over the medium to longer term, that are required in the medium to longer term. I'm coming from Kerala currently, where everyone is observing the death of all the engineering colleges that opened in the 2010s, where a large number of engineering colleges opened up in the 2010s, and now less than 50% of them remain. I'm also coming from Berlin, where there is a heavy criticism of the active labor market intervention policies of the government, where the government is not able to adequately predict or correctly predict what kind of skills are required in the market. So over the last couple of years, for example, the job center in Germany, gave out coupons for a lot of people to learn data science, for example. But a lot of people who took those courses and learned those courses did not get employed. So I just want the panel to perhaps reflect on: are we still in a world where skills required by industry continue to be predictable, or are they changing every 6 months, every 1 year? So if it is indeed changing every 6 months, 1 year, how can migration partners adequately react in terms of preparing migrants? Because migration, after all, is a high benefit activity, but it's also a high risk activity. And the risk of changes in the economy perhaps fall disproportionately on the migrant itself. And when a migrant is left in a foreign country with skills that they prepared with but are no longer required in the market, who bears the risk, and can welfare policies support the migrant as well? Thank you.
Thank you. We will here. Middle, yeah. You can introduce, yeah.
Thank you. I am Archana Thakran and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Excel Skill. We are a talent mobility company. Adding to the previous question, I would add another aspect to the same question, that do we have enough, when we talk about the demand, we talk about, 10,000 or 5 lakh nurses are required in Germany, or, EU is looking for these many talent. But when it comes down, when you go on ground and ask about, okay, we have the ready talent, which industry needs how many people, that is still missing. So what kind of, mechanism which leads down to specific requirement of exact industry, if that is there, then I think this issue of mismatch or a huge demand numbers can further be, catered to.
Skill gap numbers, yes, very good. And I think his point also very good, like a triple one program. Finally, who wins? Is a migrant or, which government wins? Yes, Satish, yeah, you can introduce.
Just a word of caution, I think.
You just introduce so that people know. Yeah.
So I'm Satish Agnihotri. I teach at IIT Bombay. I grappled with the migration issues a decade back. One note of caution is we've been using this demographic dividend as a summary term. There are 3 Indias. One well past the demographic dividend, which is where you have skills. One which is getting into the demographic dividend, wahan there is chaos. Which leads to, and if you do a GIS analysis of the donkey route, you will figure out जहाँ वो मैक्सिमम है वहीं पे डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है. So I think one is we need to differentiate. So let's not bank upon so if the skill map and the dividend map vary. So that's one thing which is to be noted. Second is these changing jobs, etc., particularly in the AI, it will happen. But manufacturing sector still is not that fluid. And therefore, it will be worthwhile looking at it sectorally. And that's where I wanted to make a suggestion. We seriously need to figure out how does merchant shipping manage to, how has it created this ecosystem? Because all that we are requiring here is something which seems to be working fairly smoothly. India supplies about 16% of the world's fleet, and not in the Indian flag abroad. So there's something which they must be doing right. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
my name is Amu. I work with the World Bank. We started the day, first, thank you so much for the rich discussions. We started the day with talking about how it's not just about data, it is about human stories and human experiences. And human experiences are very acutely marked by gender. And I didn't really hear anything about what the gendered patterns of this migration are. And it would be great if the panel could reflect a little bit on what these gendered patterns are. Thank you.
Good. Anyone in the back? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have three. Yeah. After her. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My name is
Yeah. It's working.
my name is Meera Sethi, and I'm a former official of the International Organization for Migration. I have two questions. I see on the panel we have somebody from NSDC and we have somebody from Chamber of Commerce. We also have somebody involved in vocational training. So my first question is, how many of you actually get together and are able to provide some strategic advice or play a role in any of these processes we are talking of, whether we talk of recruitment, whether we talk of recognition, mutual recognition, etc., etc. So that's my first question, because there is a whole emphasis in the multilateral framework that we need to have a whole of government approach. I've heard this morning about multi-sectoral, we've heard about diplomacy issues, etc. But this is really a concern to see how many of you are working. And my second question is, in the several meetings that I used to attend earlier, there would be many people from training institutes, small training institutes that had mushroomed everywhere. And they were also getting funds. So the question is, who is actually monitoring these training institutes in terms of the methodology that's being used, in terms of the quality of the training that is being provided? Because so much has changed in the training environment. So that's been my concern, and a question to all of you on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Her and then Sida. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the very interesting panel. I'm Dr. Sugandha Nagpal. I'm an associate professor at OP Jindal Global University. So my question is about this, when we talk about this whole idea of skilling, and I think one of the speakers said that we need to bring the government on board, but why not bring in educational institutes? Because this is a global conversation that the uptake of postgraduate degrees is not correspondent with skill uptake. So this link between employment and education is really, really faltering. So I think in that context, if we can connect, education, what people are, degrees they're getting with skills and then jobs, and also the link with migration. So I'm wondering whether there are any conversations on this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sita. I was advising the government of AP until recently. I've just kind of moved. I have actually a few thoughts coming from having been on the ground and having been an MSD also for a while. Language training, where are the common costs? When will they ever come? I mean, what is going on in this country? It can't be that hard to get common costs for language training on the ground. Can we please see that happen? It's not rocket science. The Swayam portal actually through the NEP does run language courses. I don't know the quality, but they do run them. The problem is nobody knows about them, and there's very low uptake in the educational system about these courses. When I say education, I don't mean just universities, but very much the polytechs, okay? Because they also fall under the NEP. But we don't see them taking up language courses. It's been a struggle. I've tried to do it at the state level, but it's pretty simple. It's not that complicated. It just needs to happen. The credits are already in place. So those are things that I'm kind of still trying to put my head around. But short-term skilling is not going to be the game changer. I'm really sorry. Short-term skilling is not the answer, especially for Europe. It will continue to be the long-term training. It is the polytechs that are our winners, actually. Honestly, not the universities, not the ITIs, it's the polytechs. And it's, if someone looks at the data, it is the South that sends to the developed nations. It's Tamil Nadu is our leading state. It sends the highest number of people out of the country, actually. But Karnataka is huge also, right? So you will see that the skilling, and I'm grateful for the professor for having raised that point, the demographic dividend is hitting those states. I was in AP, and I can tell you the level of interest to leave the country is super low. It's not super high. There's very few people there. They are quite happy with what they have. So you're dealing with the South, which has the skills, but doesn't necessarily have the interest to go anymore, maybe. One more thing, especially for you at the skills, where's the PDOT? Come on, this country has been, you did the first PDOT. Where is it?
15 years back.
It's nowhere. Honestly, there is no pre-departure information system in the country established. There should have been master trainers by now. There should have been individual country training. Nothing is there. I don't know why, or maybe I do, but it's not there. And I just want to put it on the table saying that these are things that could have happened and can happen fairly quickly. The fact that they're not happening is really an issue. And we need to probably reflect on some of that.
Any more from the, we'll have one more round. Maybe we will start from this, what is called some response from the people.
Just so before we begin,
Rajan,
25 minutes for lunch.
Okay,
So
we have time. Yeah.
yeah, we have time.
Yeah.
And if necessary, I think we can take
We have a second round. Yeah. We'll go to.
Rajan, can I start with replying more general questions about predictabilities? Yeah?
Yeah, please.
I think it would be very nice to start the panel. So I will pick up on the question, are we still in the world when skills are predictable? And on gender, because I can data prove it. So for the first question, are we still in the world where skills are predictable? Not in the old predictable skills world, I would say, at least not in the way people used to mean learn X now and it will be safe bet for decades. But some things are still predictable, and we did that in Link for Skills. So demography is slow moving. So we can predict broad pressures like aging populations in many EU countries, shrinking workforce, rising demand in care and other essential sectors. That's exactly the kind of context, I would say, that policymakers look forward to connect the two, supply and demand. Persistent shortages in certain sectors are also fairly predictable because they are driven by long-term structural factors like population structure, training pipelines, working conditions, regulations. But obviously specific skills then that will pay off are much less predictable. Even when the supply of highly educated workers rises, it doesn't automatically match what employers need. And exactly what you said with the tech engineering skills. So our projections to 2060 show a structural mismatch pattern. Underutilization of highly skilled workers can coexist with vacancies in medium and low skilled occupations, especially during this transition to more automation in the economy. This means get more education isn't a simple, reliable, predictive strategy on it. Technology and organizational change can shift task content quickly. So what's in demand is often not a stable list of occupation, but a moving target of task bundles inside occupations. And that's what one of the Nobel Prize winners about automation just said. The same job title can mean different skill mixes over time. So the practical takeaway here is we are in the world where broad skill domains are somehow predictable, health and care capabilities, digital computing foundation, but changing with the AI applications, energy transition skills, but exact skills and exact roles are increasingly path dependent and context specific. As per gender, some education different same education, different outcomes. And we also know that, for example, in EU labor projections linking education, occupational skill level, women are slightly more likely than men to be unemployed or to work below their qualification level at every educational level. So that's a gendered pattern of underutilization skills rather than no skills. So the gaps can be larger for migrant women, the same which is occupational gaps between immigrants and natives narrow with time, but convergence more slowly for some origin countries may happen with women. So the question about gendered skills, it's very needed. So again, from the lack of recognition and also family situation, women pay this price. And I like very much demographic dividend and three Indias. And I think that this is a very relevant comment. As per the whole of government approach, I would say that educational institutions also include the whole of government, which means especially public educational institution, we can be part of it. Because when we are talking about the ecosystem or migration infrastructure within migration skill corridors, that's exactly what we mean. Another thing, how to make it really fully functional, because what we see in skill mobility partnerships set up until now, we are talking about experimental government. So now it's the phase and the time to move forward to more practical applied solutions. So that's for me. Now I have much more to say, but I hope that I managed to reply to some more questions about our results.
Thank you, Isabella. We will move to Mr. Das. Would you like to respond to any of the comments raised by the audience? Yeah.
Yeah, hi. So no, I would like to talk about the language training part, what ma'am has, she has raised. So of course, like, see, there has been a few requests, I would say, that from a certain central state government, that they wanted to introduce, few modules of German and Japanese and French and Russian languages into their schools, like a few of the government schools. I mean, I'm talking about the vernacular schools, not English medium schools, like state-run government schools. And we are working with them. So maybe by in a couple of months or 3 months, I mean, as a pilot, I can say that maybe we can start something and see that how it goes. And maybe after 2 years down the line, this can be upscaled, in other countries, other states as well. And ma'am, as you rightly said, that there has been certain states where we may have a very high skills for a certain number of sectors, but these students are not at all willing to go out. There are many things for that. And also, see, I come from the eastern part of the country, and I know there are certain skills which is highly developed in these sectors, in this states. But unfortunately, they are not at all willing to go out, even out of the state. I mean, let alone you are talking about the country. So they will say, I will stay in my own home country or hometown only. If you can give me anything, fine. Otherwise, I'll just do something. So definitely, it's a huge. I mean, we have all the numbers on paper. There is a demand, there is a supply, there is a skilled manpowers, of course. But when it comes to the reality, like she was mentioning, that we are, I mean, we are struggling. I mean, I know. And like we mentioned, that we are regularly actually, I mean, not on a very structured way, but we do meet at certain forums, and also we try to come together, like when the ministry is calling for a meetings, like last week, the joint secretary requested for a meeting between all the sending organizations who sent people to Japan. So there was obviously the private sector organizations were there, and also they called us, and we were trying to do something, but let's see, I mean, how it goes. And all the fingers crossed, maybe we can give something very useful, or maybe good results to you.
Yeah, I think one point before I give it to Dr. D and Mr. Agarwal. I think even for the last 25 years in the Kerala, we talk about Kerala as a big state on migration. Only 1 out of 5 households have any time had migration. Only 20%. That is the Kerala's thing. But we talk about Kerala as a highly immigrant state. Only 20%. If that is the case, probably, what you are talking about, maybe some of the states might be much less. Tamil Nadu is 18% as per our survey. I don't know about Andhra Pradesh and other states. We don't have any data on that. But I think still people are, aspiration is there, but some people are content with it. And also I wanted to make this point on, PDOT, because you mentioned that, I don't know, even, what is her name, our Meera was not there. Before that, we started developing the PDOT. And in fact, when I started at, because we had the research unit and international migration with the funding from the MOEA, when I told my institute that I'm going to prepare pre-departure manual, they look at me, this is not academic job. You have to write articles in, what is called the Q1 journal. I said, no, will reach millions of migrants. I think, but we prepared the manual for all the 6 countries, including this thing, and it was translated. I forced the NARCA to translate into Malayalam, and they did it. With Mohandas was a secretary, I pushed them. Like we are working on that, but you rightly that, but still, it's very, very, very weak. And in fact, we were talking with the GSET, future, even students who are leaving, they have no idea on anything where they are doing, because, I met some students there. We feel sorry that are they went for studies for something else. We don't know. They say they are student migrants. You know what are here? They don't know, because it's all the agents or the educational agents and the agents everywhere. They are selling them dreams. I call them dream sellers, these agents. Not, it's a dream sellers, and they are not able to fulfill, and they are coming back now. Now, return migrants are not going to be only from the Gulf, olden days. Now, return migrants are coming from UK, Canada, Australia, and they are also what we call them failed dreamers. They don't want to come. But Donald Trump is sending them back. What to do? So, geopolitics, it might happen, because the undocumented will come part of the. In fact, after some time, even we may see, already I see the shadow of undocumented migrants in Europe. Already shadows are there. You don't have that, of course, there are a lot of studies done by European Commission about, but it is there. We are not getting the flight straight from Germany to India, definitely, right now. But I'm saying that is because this is where the student migration we are leading up. I think this is something very, very important for us to even think of preparing even pre-departure, something for the students who are leaving. You can give them through colleges, because I think the colleges is the main thing. That's what they do in Philippines. Philippines, they go to, migration seminar at every colleges. Because these are the way they think about passport. Because when you are studying 12th standard, you talk about passport, then your peer group say, my classmate is there, my senior is there, alumni group. I think we have to catch them in the after +2 at college level. I think that is where the dream started working up. What to do? What next? After +2, the graduate. I think we can do that through the graduation level, even migration talk there, and give them small flyer. Something, I was surprised when I went to Philippines several years back. I told the government of India, what you can learn from Philippines. They said, sir, we don't need to learn anything. We know everything. That's what the government told me at the time, maybe 20 years back. So you are, but the title was that lesson from, the Philippines, lesson for India. Lesson for India, we know everything. So this was 20 years back. I don't know, still India want to learn. I think that's also very important. Like you said, all the people are meeting. We have arranged them to meet together. Are they meeting separately? We don't know. I think if India want to learn, I think this is also very, very important, because we have to also learn something, new ideas, new project, even failed stories. Everybody wants to study only success stories. I always tell them you should also study why this migration failed, or why this is not working. I think that is also important. Look at it. Only we are celebrating success stories. But we should also look at the failure stories. It's not replicated to other people, because when we did a study in Canada, every week one Indian student is committing suicide. I think this is something, most of them are not prepared. Most of them had some stress. I think, they were spent some money, 25 lakhs. I think this is a very different thing. It's all aspirations to get a PR, because the pathway is also changing. Earlier, if you go as a student, then there is a 80% chance you will get PR. But now that whole pathways are changing. But still, Students are told, you go to UK, you go there, you will get your PR. This is being, it's like a wrong, dreams are sold. I think this is something we have to, that is where we need a pre-departure at the college level. This is something which I want to say. We'll have yours and him. First
Sure.
you, yeah.
Okay. So I just want to touch about the language space. We all are from India. We studied here in the school network. But when we just look at English language as a course, we are taught English language right up to class 10. And emphasis is always on reading and writing. There is no emphasis on listening and speaking. That is where we all fail, and that is why IELTS or all these examinations make good amount of money from a country like India. So Europe has a very interesting and excellent framework, CEFR, for every possible language, including Hindi. Common education, a common European framework regulation. Around that, if we are able to practice and bring even English into schools, using English as a skill, CEFR can be such a good foundation for Indian students to improve their English language assets. And same, someone mentioned about introducing languages in the schools. As CBSE, you can opt for international languages in metro cities like Delhi and Bombay. But how many people opt for German, French, Spanish? I don't know. My young 10-year-old is learning Spanish. I have twins, so other one's learning French. And they started at a very, very early age. That is coming thanks to certain international schools in India. And I feel such a good thing that is coming about in India. And same we can strengthen with English also. So that is one. Second is someone raised a question, I think the lady who just went out, about how we are all collaborating. We as a awarding body are one of the first awarding bodies to have signed up with NSDC International. Our first project is around healthcare and English language, where some of their health students can be assessed on a CEFR for English. They will have an English language qualification. Primarily, it was for UK to begin with at that time. And now NHS has changed its course, so those students are not eligible for NHS anymore. And then giving them the UK qualifications around healthcare before they leave. And then all PDOT, etc. comes in as well. That's what we had designed. But now we are changing the gear and we are trying to see how that student that has the healthcare qualification aligned with UK, we could add the EQA layer onto it so that he or she becomes European compliant as well. German language is completely different, so that's a different aspect. But we want to bring that EQA on top of UK, of course.
Yeah, at least we are allowing the international language to be learned, but within the country, we have also problem with Hindi languages. You know that, especially in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Kerala.
yeah.
Like
So,
you raised the question about skill competence, and polytechniques are the ones where we should focus on.
yeah.
We've done, as VTCT and in other roles, I've done a lot of work in Karnataka. Karnataka has certain very, very good examples of polytechniques that are exporting people, and only small numbers, as in 10% of their population, but that 10% of that institute is a fairly large number, because they're working with likes of DG Mori, who are a German company, and after working there, they like the candidate so much that they want to send them overseas as well. And their curriculum, their framework, their assessment within India is so strong that the Europeans really like working with that polytechnique. And you go to some another state in the east or in the north, the quality is completely different.
Also, these polytechnics, people used to feel, because when we were in Tamil Nadu, olden days, people who go to polytechnic, people think they are not, not brainy fellows. They will go to IITs. So some type of the not low skill. Some type of feeling. Oh, you are this polytechnic. If you say I'm in engineering college, you have a very different outlook. including the marriage market, probably. When you say you have studied in polytechnic, probably different than you studied in the, it's very important. I think that is something the society has to relook at it. And you rightly said, there now people are moving from there. This what you call them the polytechnic, because you rightly said 50% engineering colleges or seats are now vacant in Kerala. They are calling people from other states, but nobody is there. Now they are all going to other countries. So I think it's going to be a very important dimension. We have your comments. Yeah.
Thanks. I think a lot of things which have come up, but I would like to highlight 2-3 things very clearly here. One is there has to be a, when we talk about whole of government, every time we talk about whole of government, but nothing happens actually when it comes to whole of government approach. For example, when you talk about PDOT, I mean, I don't understand what kind of PDOT which we provide, because it does not constitute any kind of orientation. And it cannot happen that way. Anyways, I mean, the problem is that, that if I criticize PDOT, then it comes under a different line ministry, and then I can say that, I can put my hands up and say that it's not my baby. But the problem is that it is a problem of everyone. It's not, we cannot, shy away from this. And the issue is that, the fundamental issue is that as on date, the migration is very much forced. It is like that, what are you doing here? You spend some money, we'll get you a job either in the Gulf, or if you are a little bit, engineering graduate or something like that, still you are looking for a job, we'll try to find some place in the European market or in the US market. The problem starts here, and that is where I think NEP shows a very good way, and that is where I would come into that. When it comes to this language courses, NEP actually has a framework of 3-language model. And CBSE is actually on the verge of implementing this in all schools. And this 3-language model probably would shape the way, because see, I mean, what you have rightly said is that it cannot be done overnight. It has to make it aspirational, it has to start from schools. And that is where, I mean, I take a step back even from the polytechnics to the schools, that if we are trying to make it aspirational, why not from schools? And from schools only, probably the framework has to evolve, and then to the colleges. And like Professor Rajan was saying, that how it is, widely practiced in different colleges, to make it more and more aspirational for the students, so that the student willingness has to come first. As on date, what Navanil was telling, that practically on ground, the situation is such that the migrant is almost kind of forced. Is not willing to migrate. Given a choice, he will not be able to, is saying that no, it's fine. But then, given the circumstances around, the situation is that yes, spend some money, you can go somewhere. Now, coming to another point, when it comes to this, the skill gap numbers and how the industry is evolving. See, as I think Professor Isabella has already pointed out, and I would reiterate that point, that overall industry structure, I mean, 20% of it is definitely evolving, and that evolution is happening in maybe less than 6 months' time. But we have to understand that the overall structure, the overall need is following a pattern. So you get a sense check that what needs to be, or what is going to come up in the next 5 years or next 7 years. Why I'm saying this? Because if you get a sense, and the good part is that all these European databases, including CEDEFOP, US, all these, they capture it so nicely. The good part is that if you get a sense check from these numbers, you can actually work backwards, and those things can be embedded from the school framework. And that is where the idea comes in, that the entire process, I mean, it can start from schooling. However, I said this when it comes to short-term skilling and the role of micro-credentials, I said this in this context to clarify that people who are going today, there is a certain percentage who are still willing to migrate. But people who are going today, they don't have the right pathway. So for them, at least, there has to be some kind of, because see, one is that you work for long term, but for immediate, for short term, what are the things which you need to do? So probably for that, these things come. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it to Saurav to close it, but before that, I just wanted to make one point because this migration is now peer pressure. Because everybody, when you talk to people, they always look at it, where is your son now? Where's your daughter now? And you want to be proudly say, my daughter is in America. So I think, like some type of peer pressure. And this also happens when we did a study several years back, maybe 10, 12 years back, we went to the last semester engineering students, 8th semester, and we asked them, how many of you willingly came to study engineering? And it is not in the classroom. We have called them one by one and sat with them. Out of the 80 students, 40 students came to study engineering because of his mother. Our family has no engineer, you have to be engineer. And 10% because of the grandmother. Ayo, grandmother also influencing sitting there. I don't know, grandmother is influencing there 10%. So parents are 60% has gone and 20% came because his girlfriend or boyfriends in the engineering colleges. And he said, when I came because of her, now I don't study, he studies well, so she left me. So I lost both the degree and the only 20% actually came for studying engineering. Actually 20%. And these people, we went back and checked their grades. All these 20 students, they have no arrears. All of them clearing first semester, second semester, third semester. All other people, they have 8 arrears, 12 arrears, 30. They don't have the number also, how many their arrears. I think that is what happening today to the migration. Everybody look at the opposite house. It's like that earlier we used to have a advertisement, no? What is called the Onida TV advertisement? What is that?
Neighbors envy, owner's pride.
Neighbors envy, owner's pride. That's what happening to migration right now. So everybody envy of somebody who is migrating. I will give it to you, man, on time.
Thank you so much. I think it was an excellent discussion. I think we had, we had a lot from the industry and the skilling ecosystem, and we also got a lot of comments and, pointed suggestions from our audience. And I think it was a very nice exchange. It was a very enriching experience for all of us. And I thank the panelists today for sharing their views with us. And also, more than that, I'd also like to thank the audience for being so, engaging in the discussion. I think that's something that we miss a lot of times for these panels, and that also shows the quality of the panel today, bringing such fantastic points for discussion. So thanks a lot to everyone for being part of session 1. We're on time, I think, for the first time in our lives, right? And right, so we'll break for lunch now, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Please use this opportunity to network as well with all our peers. And we'll meet at 1:30 for session 2. Thank you so much.
Please stay here in the afternoon also, because some of you probably want to leave, but please, if it's possible, please stay here. And also somebody who are not registered, please get your bags, because we have a bag in the backside. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was also one online question. I tried
yes.
to answer on a chat. Yes, so to Monica. So I will do that. Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you,
Thank
Isabella.
you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Okay. Oh, you want one point? Stand. Okay. Oh, stand. Come on. It's a good exercise. Stand. Somebody said I'm
Lunch has been served. I'll request everyone to move to the lobby to take lunch. Just We'll start in around 8 minutes, requesting everyone to, if there's need of any refreshments or breaks, to please complete by then. Thank you. We'll start in 2 minutes, requesting everyone to settle down. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll start with session 2 now. So second roundtable takes us into the dimension of skilled migration and its role as a geopolitical and trade lever. Labor mobility agreements are getting increasingly embedded into bilateral trade frameworks. We have seen that happen with the recent UFTA as well. But what does it mean to treat the movement of people as a diplomatic instrument? We'll try to get some answers into that. And what it means not just for India, also for the workers themselves. So for this panel, I'd like to first call upon stage our moderator, Ms. Radhika Sungar. If you could please come to the stage. I think I'll call everyone to the stage and then I'll do the round of instructions. Next, we have, as part of our panel, Dr. Meera Sethi. Ma'am, if you could please. Thanks. Next, I'd like to call Dr. Simon H. Precker to the stage, please. Thank you. And lastly, Dr. Surabhi Singh. So I'll start with introducing Radhika. Radhika is an international development professional specializing in migration and skills-based mobility. She currently leads the EU-India Migration Corridor project at the International Labour Organization, steering evidence-based initiatives that facilitate fair migration and migration governance. Previously, she worked with India's Ministry of External Affairs on multiple migration and mobility partnership agreements, and with the US Department of State and the British High Commission to strengthen policy delivery in India and deepen bilateral dialogue and cooperation. Radhika, thank you so much for being the moderator for this panel. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Meera Sethi. Dr. Sethi is a senior migration policy advisor with over 35 years of experience across Africa, South Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, specializing in the governance of international migration at the intersection of humanitarian response and development. A former senior official of the International Organization for Migration, she has held leadership roles at country, regional, and headquarters level, including as Director General Special Envoy to India, and has advised governments, regional bodies, and international organizations on mobility partnerships, migration policy, and institutional architectures. Since retiring from IOM, she has continued to work as an international consultant and lecturer in migration law and policy, drawing on a PhD in public administration on comparative government and long-standing experience in multilateral and regional migration processes. Dr. Sethi, welcome. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Simon H. Precker. Dr. Simon Precker serves as First Secretary for Skilled Labor Migration in the Department of Economic and Global Affairs at the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in New Delhi. In this capacity, he is responsible for promoting fair and legal migration, overseeing the implementation of the MMPA and the skilled labor strategy. India, as well as monitoring and facilitating matchmaking efforts with the Indo-German Migration Corridor. He previously served as Consul for Press and Political Affairs at the German Consulate General in Sao Paulo and worked at the China desk in the Federal Foreign Office. He holds degrees in East Asian Studies and History. Dr. Simon H. Precker, welcome to this panel. Last, I'd like to introduce Dr. Surabhi Singh. Dr. Singh is the country coordinator for India at the International Center for Migration Policy Development, with extensive experience across government, international organizations, and research institutions. Her work focuses on migration governance, labor mobility, and policy development, with particular expertise in intergovernmental coordination, talent mobility initiatives, and capacity building programs. She holds a PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University and is deeply engaged in advancing evidence-based approach to safe, orderly, and regular migration. Dr. Singh, welcome. Now I leave it to Radhika to take us to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you for setting the context and for introducing the panelists. Thank you for joining us today for this session. The format of the discussion will be that we will invite 2 rounds of interventions from all the speakers, and then we'll open the floor to questions from the audience. We may circle back to some of the questions and see if there's insights that we need to develop further as the discussion progresses. So with that, Simon, if I can open the floor with you, would you like to respond to the question, Germany's recent immigration reforms signal a long-term recalibration of labor market policy. From Germany's standpoint, what distinguishes a transactional labor intake from a structured talent partnership with a country like India? I'd also request you to answer some of the questions that maybe were raised in the previous sessions, and I'll leave it there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure. And I think there were numerous questions that addressed Germany, and I don't think I can answer all of them. But I will try to maybe first try and answer your question. So a transactional labor intake versus a structural talent partnership. So for us, I think it is very important to clarify that the model of skilled labor migration we have in mind in Germany is somewhat different from what has been done in the past with the Gulf countries. So the type of skill sets that we are looking at, but also the ethical guardrails, so to say, that need to be in place. This comes with a lot of challenges. So it is not only about filling vacancies. I think I will just talk a bit about the vacancies in a minute, because I think this labor market intelligence was also a very interesting question that was raised. But it is not about filling these, but it is about developing some like a joint pool of human capital across borders in the long run. So I think if it is done the right way, and I'm entirely convinced of it, this Indo-German migration pathway only has winners if we do it the right way. So it really, as we call our triple win program, which was also introduced in the very beginning, I think all sides can benefit if it is done the right way. And this is not always the case, but we try to ensure that it is the case in most of the cases fulfill these requirements, and we try to really monitor the situation and improve the quality of the pathways in this corridor. When we talk about labor market intelligence, maybe there's something I would like to get back to. I tried to hold back before to not take up too much time with an intervention, but I think it is not only about understanding where the demand is. This was also one of the questions. We also really need partners in Germany to then hire people. So just because there's a demand, it doesn't necessarily mean that German employers are also willing to hire, especially in times of economic uncertainty. So I think there we need a lot of expectation management, a lot of communication on all sides, and a lot of encouragement as well. And I'm also very happy that so many people addressed the need of language skills. I think I still would like to highlight it once again, that it is extremely important in Germany to keep up the acceptance for Indian skilled migration in Germany, to really have people that speak German, because German is of crucial importance for the labor market. It is very, very important. And I also disagree. Someone said that it is primarily about not having to not have enough language classes. I also think that we need better language education in the private sector. So it is not only about the amount of language schools, which is of course very impressive, especially if you go to the south, but we try to raise the quality of language education. We have a very strong partner with the Max Müller-Barwan, the Goethe Institute here, which tries to go into partnerships to increase language education quality even outside of its own four walls, so to say. But this is very important. And this is also important to combine the 2 points I just said. When you look at the German economy, a lot of people might think of Siemens or SAP, but the reality, of course, is that the German economy to about 85–95% consists of SMEs. So it is small and medium enterprises with fewer employees. And these companies also require you to know German because it's part of the company culture. And these companies do not have a permanent presence in India. So we also find more reluctance in these companies to hire talent from abroad. Unlike the very big players who often have their own training centers here in India. I think this is where you really should see language as a very important investment, also an investment in the ethical aspect of the migration. Maybe to sum up, so I think the long and structured talent partnership that we have in mind needs to have a holistic approach to migration. It is not about bringing someone to Germany to work on a construction site or to just learn the skills on the fly, but we really want to have a meaningful participation in society for these people, and we don't want them to regret this life-changing experience. And I think this is really, really important when you look at a heated migration debate in Germany or in Europe as a whole in particular as well. So I think in order to keep the acceptance high, which still is the case in Germany, so I think a lot of you also mentioned Germany because we are luckily still perceived as predictable or as somewhat well, we made these legal changes, as you said, so we have our different mechanisms, different pathways, and but I do think that, well, it needs to be a holistic approach to ensure the ethical and fair side of it. Yes, maybe so much from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon, and thank you for passing out some of these, assumed binaries, say between demand and hiring, or language quality versus language availability. And I think that speaks to the question of how is a labor recruitment or labor intake approach different from, say, a structured partnership. And there will be some questions on this later as well. Surbhi, if I can come to you now. When mobility provisions are included within broader trade or cooperation agreements, what institutional mechanisms ensure that they move beyond political signaling into operational pathways?
I think when we are looking at mobility in current times, I think we need to see it from a dual perspective. One, you are looking at destination side, and one, you're looking at your own domestic considerations. So if you look at India-EU corridor, there's the larger political commitment to facilitate legal pathways from India. You also see a convergence of interests when you see from a broader economic perspective point of view. And when you look at India, you need to see what does preparedness means in terms of translating what exists on paper into operational realities. And I think there something like a gateway speaks to that operational point of view, because we've seen agreements being concluded, but when it comes to actual implementation, some of the points that Simon also raised are a challenge when it comes to moving people. And it's to that context, to that gap, that something like a gateway responds to, because it envisages a provision where the gateway as a platform will be a single point of entry for whoever aspires to move to Europe, especially in the ICT sector. It is a pilot that's currently looking at one sector. So the idea is that how do you bridge precisely the point about employers and the potential candidates? How do you ensure that the demand reaches the candidates and vice versa? The employer also knows about the candidates. Some issues like skill recognition or issues like language, or issues about having basic information about how to start planning your migratory journey. I think all of these are important considerations when you think from a larger point of view. And that's where something like a gateway tries to also build institutional partnerships as well as respond to operational considerations. And I think that would be my response at the outset to this question. Thank you.
Thanks, Surbhi. And I think the gateway, as you said, collapses some of these information asymmetries, right? It is not just a conversion of interest, but it also signals that both sides are interested in committing to prepare for what may come when this agreement is actually operationalized. Dr. Sethi, if I can come to you. From your experience across regions and multilateral platforms, when does skilled mobility generally become a pillar of economic diplomacy rather than a secondary component of cooperation frameworks?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we heard this morning when Arindam was talking about how mobility is no longer about flows. It's no longer about people just moving. There is a whole economic aspect behind this. And how does it link with labor migration policies? Does it interlink with education, with trade? And how do we structure our institutions to basically respond to this? It is definitely no longer a passive issue. And India is no longer a passive player. It's an active player in the whole issue of economic diplomacy. But there are some conditions here that even though we are talking of economic diplomacy, migration, the movement of people has to be orderly, it has to be safe, and it has to be dignified and rights-based. Now, one of the speakers said that I've not heard the issue of gender. It is true, mobility has to also focus on gender issues. But when it comes to economic, we say that in order to be sustainable, in order to be credible, the partnerships have to be reciprocal. So the effectiveness depends on how migration is governed and how basically, and the test of the partnership is reciprocity, who invests in skills, who recognizes them, who protects the workers, and whether both origin and destination countries are benefiting. Now, I'd just like to take a step back and give you an example. When I started work in the area of skill mobility, we didn't use the word mobility at that time. It was what we call return of skills, highly qualified skills. That was my first job with the IOM at the regional level, where we were trying to return skills to 11 countries from the EU countries. Private sector was weak in the 90s. The civil service, nobody was interested because the recruitment procedures were very tedious and it was very difficult to bring people, have organized interviews, etc. So where were we able to return the highly qualified skills? It was primarily to the academic and to the think tank institutions. And then lessons learned was that we need to set up entrepreneur skills, we need to bring in self-employment mechanisms. So there was a shift then in the return of skills programs where we started encouraging returnees, highly qualified skills to set up businesses in their home countries. A lot of negotiation with governments was needed. It was not always in the migration field that we could bring these issues because at that time, migration was still linked to security. So it's really the last 2 decades that we've seen the transition, and we can now use the word skills mobility, economic diplomacy, etc. And one other point here before I stop. I went back to look at an old publication of IOM on trade and migration, because one of the points that was asked in this question was, when does it become a geopolitical issue, and when does it become also a lever of trade, a trade lever? And it was very interesting to see, and this is again a discourse that has happened amongst many groups of people, that will liberalizing trade increase migration, or will opening migration, opening the gateways, as we used to say in Europe and in other countries, will it increase trade? Of course, there was no answer. There were several studies done, and then the question that was being raised, which is, are they complementary or are they substitutes for each other? And then most of the studies were concluding that they are complementary. And again, I was very intrigued to see, I went back to read the Global Compact on Migration, which was adopted in 2018, and that it's got so many clauses. The objective 2 of the Global Compact talks about trade and foreign direct investment. 18D, 18E talks about the importance of trade in order to circumvent migration drivers and why people leave. So that's a dialogue that needs to be strengthened also, that not only is it about placement and recruitment, that no longer is the issue. And as my German colleague said, you've got to look at the picture holistically, and it is definitely moved from the circles of movements, and we are now at a much higher plane. And I have to compliment our colleagues here that the Common Agenda on Migration and Mobility, when it was signed in 2016, we were still at a very rudimentary level, and I have seen the progress in the last 10 years. So congratulations, and I've seen what India is doing, more on the international migration and less so on the internal, and they're also linked to each other in many ways. So let me stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi, and thank you for pointing out some key aspects of reciprocity, ownership, and shared benefits. And I think that speaks to this change in nomenclature from return of skills to mobility, and whether that's purely linguistic or warrants further investigation. Simon, circling back to you, I know you've touched upon this already, but it would be interesting for us to understand a little bit more on what institutional features on the partner country side can make mobility arrangements more credible and scalable, especially as mobility gets more embedded into the broader economic cooperation.
Thank you. Yes. So as I said, I think that in broader economic cooperation, there's probably no topic such as skilled labor migration where the overlap of interest is so huge with India. So we are very grateful. I think it's a very great topic to work on. And therefore, I think there is lots to be done, but we really share a lot of interests. And maybe to give a very brief answer, I think that credibility also comes from predictability, so that really people know what they can rely on, that the mechanisms will be in place for a while. And scalability, of course, benefits greatly from standardization. But I also want to say that scalability, it is happening no matter what. So I think that in the beginning, one of the tasks I was given was also to scale, but I think that the numbers are growing, and it's really about having the ethical and safe guardrails as well, because if you look at the numbers, it is extremely impressive. So the numbers of students, they've grown 20% every year. We had 50,000 2 years ago, 60,000 last year, and I expect them to be another plus 20% probably when the numbers come out in a couple of weeks probably. So, but this also, as Azujon is here, I'm very happy for your intervention. It comes with a price, of course. It's not only about the numbers, because the numbers, they are, of course, very impressive. The total number of Indians in Germany has more than trifolded, actually more than quadrupled. I used the word trifolded last year, but if you're really honest about it, I think that in the past 10 years, it has gone up from 80-something thousand to now more than 310,000. Math was not my strong suit, but it's definitely more than 3 times. So it is a really, really huge number, and it's a very impressive success story if you just look at the numbers, of course. But I mean, I advise some caution, because earlier this year there were news also that well, Indians on average earn more than other migrant communities in Germany, or even more than Germans on average. But I think this should be treated with a grain of salt, because now we look at all types of professions, and it is also not necessarily taking all types of labor into account, these statistics, and therefore it's not something that I think is really our strongest message that we need to communicate. So I think the strongest message should be that Germany offers for those who are skilled and are willing to, it offers a great quality of life. It offers a work environment with ethical, well, with dignity, I hope. That's one of the goals I would like to stress. And in that regard, maybe just for the scalability, to say that scalability is not everything. So it needs to be done the right way. That's just something that is very important to me to say. And credibility, yeah, standardization is important. But of course, when we talk about recognition and we talk about other things, you know that Germany is a smaller country than India, but it is by no means less complex. So when we talk about federalism and about the different institutions that are at stake when it comes to recognition of degrees and so on, I think we are equals in many ways. So there's also a very bureaucratic country with a lot of stakeholders, and so don't look at Germany and think it's small and therefore it's less complicated. So we do have some hurdles in this regard, and a lot of these hurdles are there for very good reasons, and also are just the other side of this ethical guardrails type of coin. So I think we really adhere to those standards for good reasons. But that's why it takes a lot of effort to succeed in this Indo-German migration pathway, because there are a lot of rules to learn, so to say.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you for bringing that nuance to the numbers. I recently at a conference, I heard Arindam say data does not necessarily mean evidence, and I think what you said alludes to that, and also the risks of scalability when it's potentially done without the right safeguards. So we'll be coming back to you. You've already alluded to the gateway, and in that context, when India engages with Europe both at the EU level and through bilateral channels with member states, from a corridor perspective, how should coherence be maintained across these layers of engagement?
Thank you, Radhika. I think Meera alluded to CAM, so I'll begin from there. I think I don't see these two layers as dichotomous, but one that complements each other, because if you circle back to 2016, when the joint declaration between the two sides was signed, laying down some broader principles of engagement on mobility, I think that led to the institution of the CAM project. I've been there across both phases of CAM, and I remember when we did the first phase closing, it was voiced by the EU and Indian representatives present at the meeting, how it had contributed to a shared understanding and strengthening of bilateral partnership, and that itself, not directly, but had fed into the process of conclusion of bilateral mobility agreements. So there was something which was guiding that coherence across different layers. And if I have to say that coherence has to be maintained when bilateral initiatives feed into the larger framework, and vice versa when you take from the larger framework, which is set at the EU level, and then feeds into bilateral initiatives. So it's a two-way process. If you look at the Union of Skills Communication, where the legal gateway provision was mentioned and how Europe was aiming to set up multi-purpose legal gateway offices. And then that fed into the strategic agenda for India. You see that reflected in the joint statement that has been issued following the EU-India summit. And if I was to take an example as well, something like the way the mandate is structured on mobility within European Union, I think that balance is very nicely put out there, at least among the EU constituents between member states and European Commission itself, on where the mandate lies on mobility between the Commission and where the mandate is with member states in terms of implementing the provisions within the national context. If you look at Blue Card is a EU-wide provision where the standard it said, or the directive came from the Commission, but the implementation at the ground level is with member states. And I think the German example is a success story in that larger context of how the rules have changed and how the threshold has been lowered and how that has led to increased mobility within the corridor. And I think similarly, when we from the Indian perspective, when I look at the same question from the Indian perspective, when we ask certain things within bilateral context and when we ask within the larger EU context, I see there as well, the conversation has moved. So between balancing between legal and irregular channels of mobility to now translating something at an EU level. If I look back at 2016 and visualize something like Gateway, I think I would not. But now in 2026, we can. So I think both these processes have fed into each other. And I think that's the value that this partnership brings, especially in the current context. And I think that is going to be the way forward as I see it, especially if you look at all the statements from the leadership on both sides on how this is a mutually beneficial partnership for times to come as well.
Thanks, Surbi, and thank you for bringing out that complementarity, especially through CAM and through your own experience of having delivered it across two phases. Dr. Sethi, from your experience in negotiating bilateral and regional mobility arrangements, what determines the balance of power between origin and destination countries? And how can countries like India strengthen their negotiating position in an increasingly competitive global labor market?
All right. Okay, let me look at the practical side of it. And again, there's been a change. There are many regional bodies, regional consultative processes that have been established, cutting across all regions. And India used to participate in something called the Colombo process, used to be there for the Abu Dhabi dialogue. These are regional processes where decisions related to skill mobility, related to partnerships were taken in a non-binding manner at the regional level. And at that time, India had a different interest. It did not want to chair many of the meetings. It wanted to be a participant. I spent a lot of time negotiating with the government, please come and chair the Colombo process. We need a country like India to lead the Colombo process countries. They wanted the Indian government to take the stand. I mean, Sita, you don't have to smile. And again, that change came in just a couple of years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, 2 years or 3 years ago. So I do believe that India can play a very strong role. Why did India become a member of IOM? Because they said migration discourse was now part of development. They didn't want to be in that channel where security issues were being discussed. They wanted to be there where protection of workers, where development issues were being highlighted. So that was again India's position and stand in how it projected itself in many forums. We had small delegations going to the General Assembly in the UN, and I saw the big change come in with huge delegations going from India. And that's how India has been able to strengthen its position and become stronger and become a key player. Where India can still play a role in this whole architecture is having more coherence in the systems at the ground level. Now, we have so many mobility partnership agreements, MMPA or LMPA, going back to 2009 with Denmark. We have the Gulf, we have Indo-Pacific countries. And that's where I feel that India could again lead the way internally as well as externally at the regional level and at the global level to see how better strategies can come in place. So India does have the strength, has the know-how, has the knowledge, and I think it can play a role, even a stronger role. And we have seen the shift. We are seeing it even recently, and is there in the news. I only follow the news, and I see the studies coming out, and I feel that India can play even a stronger role and lead the way in the negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi, and thank you for pointing out the importance of representation at international and regional fora. At this point, I'll open the floor to audience questions. I'd request that you introduce yourself first, keep the question short, and please let us know who you would like to ask the question to. So please raise your hands if you have a question.
Hi, my name is Vineet Kumar. I mostly function as a policy consultant. I have opportunities to work with, at times, different ministries of Government of India, and at the same time, the private side or the, philanthropy, migration, labor, trafficking, all things wrapped up. So I think I have a couple of points. First of all, I want to mention that, as Simon was sort of put on a spot, but in terms of the language issue, but Germany is a pinnacle of precision and focus on perfection, quality, etc., etc., is widely appreciated, and I think their love for the mother language has to be appreciated, and accordingly, any student moving to Germany or any worker moving to Germany has to understand that they have to learn German, to live in Germany and function, in a full flow, in a full spectrum. Having said that, I think my question first is, among all this discussion, how we see, AI transforming, this space, and basically because all the major players, like major players as in the billionaires and the, the thinkers, they are continuously bringing this point that AI will transform, the labor market, the skill market, So how, what is your position? How do you see that? Is the first question. I'll come on with a few questions later on.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out Simon is a victim of his own circumstance. They're so good that you'll be put on the spot. But do we have another question? No.
Hi, I am Archana Thakran, and I'm co-founder of ExcelSkill. We are a talent mobility organization. My question is to Dr. Surbhi Singh regarding the Gateway Office, which is recently being announced. Would love to know more about what kind of support this Gateway Office is going to provide in terms of whether it's going to be another platform where, like ER is already, or there would be some hand-holding, or it would be just curating the demand for ICT professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more question.
She said no. Oh.
I actually have a question for you, Simon, and also for Surbhi. I'll go with Surbhi first because this is something that is quite interesting in some ways, because when you're looking at IT professionals, and I know they're in super high demand, not just in Europe, but everywhere in the world.
But have you got NASSCOM into the conversation? Because they have been NASSCOM into the conversation, because I know that India also suffers from having IT tech, they lose IT people, right? And the industry is super worried that we lose some of the best like this. And how does that then come into the conversation? Also with what Meera was saying, that where is the return component in this? This brings me to Simon. The mobility of health professionals is super high on the agenda in Europe. India does not have good statistics, but the honest truth is we do have a shortage of healthcare professionals. And because Europe is long-term permanent migration, how are we going to bridge this with India in the long term to be sustainable? Because healthcare is not just for one part of the world, it is for everyone in the world, right? And a lot of our talent going to Europe will mean that we will face severe shortages. And could there be anything in terms of, I don't know, other kind of more innovative partnerships that bring something back also to the country, because we can't afford to lose our talent like this. And that's also linked to a question that I have on recognition. We waste a lot of time in recognition. I know it's complicated, but could there be ways where the IHACA somehow, at least for some skills, can actually do certifications here, or at least partial certification somehow, that does not take the length of time that it does to get through certification processes in Germany? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Simon, if I can sum up the three questions that were asked to you. First being the role of AI in this space as we go forward. The other being on health professionals and how do you develop a sustainable partnership. And the last being on the question of recognition and whether certifications can possibly be done in the source country. So over to you.
So I will start with your questions because unfortunately there is not a quick fix for that. So, but I think there is something that might address both questions, and that is, of course, if we invest in joint skilling programs, global skills partnerships, or degrees that are being recognized by both sides, and then keep it attractive for both sides. If we also encourage the expertise of healthcare professionals in Germany in the future, I think now Germany has an acute lack also of elderly care. We looked at this very impressive statistic of average age globally, which I think is really speaking for itself. So India will need elderly care professionals as well in the future. And I think there is actually a huge market of people who then acquired experience in Germany and then come back and can set up qualification institutions or companies or professionals. So I see your argument, and I think that especially when you look at southern India, where basically people move there and then a lot of people leave, and there's a discussion about quality. We are aware of that, and I think just by the definition of ethical recruitment, we do not want to accelerate this trend. So we do have a sensibility for that, and I think that some of these models offer an answer, even though it might not be a magical one magic spell type of answer for all problems, but it will be an answer also for recognition issues if you think more long term, and if you start joint degrees and options for healthcare professionals to acquire skills that qualify them for both labor markets potentially. So I think, yeah, but eventually the sad reality is also that the gap in salaries is not something that we will be able to address, or we can also not address from the German side. So and therefore there will be, for the foreseeable future, be a certain will to migrate, or just from an economic perspective, and which is also part of why it's working well. And of course, healthcare is also, I talked about the lack of courage to employ from abroad, but I think healthcare is really an exceptional example in the corridor, because it is not very much related to the economic performance, because no matter what, we will become old and sick, and therefore I think the demand is also very foreseeable. I think in the morning there was a question also about the foreseeability of demand. which then maybe is a good venture point to go back to your question when you talk about the foreseeability and demand and AI. I think there are two sides to it. So one is probably AI and general professions. It is very difficult to really answer this question. Like, do you need more or less programmers, or do you just need the right type of programmers with AI? It really depends. I don't think that there's a very simple answer for that. You really need to have the right skill set. Someone in the morning also said, which I liked a lot, that the same the same profession doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same skill set, and the skill set is constantly developing. So I think this will be my answer for AI and other professions. So you need really copywriters that are good with AI and know how to use AI and know how to spot AI. But eventually, maybe you will need less copywriters, or they will just be more productive. So I really don't know. I think it's something that I can't answer, but these are the aspects. When it comes to language, I mean, I've seen these very impressive devices that translate simultaneously and so on. And I mean, it's amazing what AI-based translation software can do. But when I talk about language, I also talk about the break room, so to say. And if you are in a German SME and you want to get your coffee, your coworkers will not appreciate it as much as you have this earplug and you have a simultaneous translation and so on. It is about getting the jokes and engaging in it. And I think it's a matter of respect and also a matter of participation. So it will increase your life quality if you know the language. Not to mention, as someone, I like languages a lot, and I think that studying languages is also enriching your own experience and your own thinking, and it is a philosophical beauty to it and so on. So I think in this aspect, I lean to a more conservative answer, that I think that AI will, of course, lead to great application and opening letters. It will lead to great documents and bulletproof emails and so on. So it will be even harder to detect. Again, we come back to the first answer of AI. You need people with the right skill set to understand what is done by AI and what not. But of course, our emails will become even more beautiful, and our everything will become better. But I don't think it addresses really this ethical aspect of language when it comes to living in Germany and being part of this society. That's my answer, maybe.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you for pointing out some of the socio-cultural aspects of migration. Maybe reassuring to know not everything translates into what can be done by AI. Some things we'll have to do on our own. Surbhi, I think the two questions to you were to understand a little bit more about the gateway and also potentially the role of Indian agencies and NASSCOM.
Yes. Thank you. I think I'll start with Archana's question and then try and link up yours, Sita, into it. I think let me just briefly take a minute to explain what the gateway is. So there are three components to it. There's a Brussels office, there is an India office, and then there is a digital tool. Together, these three components constitute the gateway. The India office would work as the operational hub on the ground. It will link up with academia, it will link up with research institutions, it will link up with skill training providers, recruitment agencies on the ground. And on the European side, there will be an EU support office, which will do the mobilization on the European side within member states, with industry, with higher education institutions, because there are two set of entities that the gateway is looking at. One is professionals and skilled workers. The others is students and researchers specific to the ICT sector. So these are the two major entities that have to be catered to the Gateway initiative. And combining these two offices is the digital tool, which is the digital platform where you will find all information in times and months to come on what the Gateway is, what the activity it is doing. I'm sure there are many interesting things which are in pipeline on the kind of support tools that will be on the digital platform as well. The landing page of the platform was launched by the External Affairs Minister and the EVP on 18th February, exactly a month before. I would urge you to maybe subscribe to it. It's still a website in evolution, so you will find more information in times to come. And we are currently trying to speak to all stakeholders in India, in Europe. I can safely say that NASSCOM was even consulted during the inception phase as well. So some of the insights from the industry have been built in the very conceptualization of what the gateway can realistically achieve. Not over-promise and under-deliver, but realistically what can be done. One thing that I want to make it very clear right from the inception, and something that we are consciously aware of, is the recruitment process itself is not within the gateway's mandate. The gateway is the enabler of bringing together the two sides, and the entities on both sides, the respective stakeholders on both sides, handhold them, give them support, give all information, link up signposts to all national initiatives and programs, devise some search engines, devise visa facilitation guides on skill recognition, on doing activities on the ground, not just in New Delhi, but across the length and breadth of India. But these are things that you will see more and more concretely in the months to come. But right now, what the focus that we have at the moment is to actually speak to both the stakeholders in India, in EU, have those partners with us, build that network that can seamlessly feed into this mobility channel that has been, it's a flagship initiative. It's something which is being experimented with for the first time. It's a pilot. And the idea is that we evolve, we take the learnings, we are agile, and then we adapt the structure. But since this is a flagship initiative, many things are happening from scratch. So you will see more of it come in the days and months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Surbhi, and thank you for elucidating the role of the legal gateway. I anticipate it will continue to be a topic of conversation as it has generated a lot of interest in the audience as well. Before we open the round to a round of questions again, I'd like to come back to Dr. Sethi and maybe understand that as mobility becomes embedded within trade, development, and geopolitical frameworks, what kind of institutional architecture is required to ensure that these partnerships remain both economically strategic and developmentally equitable over time?
All right. I think some of the issues have already come up, but I had put down a few points related to this. And I think the first thing that we need when we talk of partnerships and we talk of institutional architecture is a national migration policy, a comprehensive approach that is very much needed and that looks at issues holistically. And this should be led, and a strategy also, a mobility strategy, which should be led by a high-level interministerial body which brings together foreign affairs, labor, skills, education, and industry. We did have a high-level working group that played a role for a short time, but then it got disbanded. And I think only one report came out. And so I think that's where we really still need to revive that if we want to play a stronger role here. We need strong data and monitoring systems. Who's moving in which sectors, under which schemes, and what are the outcomes? I know India has a lot of data. Some of it we are not able to use. Some of it is available to certain sections. However, especially under the mobility partnerships, that's where we feel that there's a big gap in how many people have actually gone and how many have returned. That's very, very important. Sharing of data is extremely important. And then monitoring systems. One of the things that we said, to build coherence, you do not only need partnership, coherent structures, because weak systems, weak institutions will actually create weak partnerships. So we really need strength here and positions of strength. The third point is joint committees and working groups, which looks at quotas, which looks at skill standards. We heard a lot this morning about standardization, looks at worker protection issues. A lot of information comes out when we share the experiences, come out with cases as to what were the challenges in country A, what could be learned from there, how could it be, what could be the solution for it. So I think that's very important. Recognition of qualifications has come up amply this morning. The other thing is what we call codes of conduct, which has also been mentioned by several colleagues on ethical recruitment, especially in sectors like health and education, is extremely important. Return and circulation pathways. We need incentives, we need recognition of overseas experience and programs for returnees to come back and contribute to the country in various sectors. That's where we always forget that component, and we are concentrating on sending people out, but there are many who are also returning, and sometimes they come back, they get frustrated, they do not know how many doors to knock. Some do well, and there are many others, and the numbers are quite large, who always go back disappointed. So we really need to create the right environment, the right structures, so that returnees can get the relevant assistance they need. And then the last thing, which I know my colleagues from ILO will raise it, is basically social partners, unions, professional bodies, and diaspora organizations. There's already a lot of work going on the diaspora front, but that has to continue, and they have to be brought into a coherent, a holistic approach if we want to strengthen our work in the area of skills mobility. And one last point I want to add is on the health sector. IOM India, who are not here, I think, did a study a couple of years ago looking at the geriatric sector. They did not focus on any particular country. It was what we call a pan-Europe study. And the findings were quite interesting because the care workers at home is still very unregulated and still undocumented, which is what we learned through the stakeholder interviews. And many European countries are revising their policies and looking at how home care workers can also play a role. So this is something that I would encourage you to look at the study that IOM India has done. Regarding artificial intelligence, there's good news, there's bad news. And on the good news is that it is already being used extensively for visa processing and for identification issues for border controls and border management. You can also change your identity using artificial intelligence. So whilst we are advancing so much on that front, it is going to be another challenge that one will have to look at and stay abreast with. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi, and thank you for pointing out the importance of how do we use mobility partnerships to understand better the flows and the role of codes of conducts and especially social partners. Simon, I know you've spoken a little bit about the Global Skills Partnership and the role it may play in qualification recognition and skills transfer. But it would be interesting to understand how does it go beyond recognition and address some of the persistent migration challenges and how it may contribute to building stronger institutional trust.
So maybe I also did not completely answer Sita's question about recognition. So because you specifically asked whether there are possibilities to have 1 or 2 degrees recognized in a fast track. So I think it is something that we need to take up with the chambers. And as I said, they often adhere to these standards for very good reasons. And global skills partnerships, so all other types of joint efforts to implement Indian and German standards at the same time as it exists, for example, in Coimbatore or whatnot. I think these are great examples where you then give a choice to these graduates, be it on a polytechnical or be it in a vocational education institute or in a nursing college with a global skills partnership. I think this opens just a great pathway and it strengthens these institutions. I also think by adapting or implementing joint curricula, which then of course also challenges your own curricula when you try to compare it, what's missing, what can we do, and so on. So I think there's a great opportunity to learn from each other, and ideally, of course, also with for the German institution to then learn from the Indian ones that they are cooperating with, and that's why we like this model a lot. But of course, it requires also constant exchange. It requires a base of trust, and it requires to find the right partners on both sides of the corridor. So these are not the fastest solutions. I think this morning there was also some legit criticism of the G2G partnerships, but I think these are the partnerships that at least if they are done right, I think they have a holistic approach to the whole concept. So I think some of the private ones are also able to do that, and I think we will not solve everything just with G2G partnerships. So we really need good private actors in this field, and we are very happy that there are some which are very good, and some private actors do an excellent job in this field. But I think these be it a global skills partnership or other models of joint skilling, they have the potential to also inspire and to serve as lighthouses, so to say, for private initiatives to also well, model their systems after. So at least that's the ambition, I guess.
Thank you, Simon. And I think the role of private actors in building this trust is really significant. Surbi, if I can come to you, I know you've already addressed a little bit of how do you prepare within the ambit of an agreement for operational delivery. But outside of it, and especially given your experience of conceptualizing the legal gateway, for example, what are the gaps that can be addressed in domestic preparedness, or what are the things that we can do to strengthen, especially as mobility is becoming part of the larger economic dialogue?
Thank you, Radhika. I think I'll take a step back, and I think there is a need to unpack what do we mean by domestic preparedness. I mean, we all know, and we repeatedly talk about India being a young country. We have a demographic dividend. We all know there is a massive skilling infrastructure. Each state is doing something on its own. There are national level initiatives as well. And then we know there is several initiatives at the national level in terms of agreements. And then we have EU level initiatives such as the Gateway. Is that enough to call us prepared? It's not. I mean, to be very honest, it's not. So I think there is a need to critically assess and break down what do we mean by domestic preparedness, and then break that into actionable commitments so that you can clearly translate that for places where actually the skilling is taking place, or actually where talent mobilization is happening, so that you ensure that what is being conceived is actually implementable or not. I think that is a grave need at this point in time, to ensure that what exists in terms of a leverage or an advantage can actually be translated into practice. I think the other point I would like to touch upon is in terms of in India, Meera also alluded to this, there's no unifying framework which sort of ties all these elements together. I know we've been lamenting for years that there's a lack of that. I saw from the agenda that the PGE was here. So there's one document I'm looking forward to in terms of what is happening on that overseas facilitation bill. And from my own experience, that is also something that has been in operation for years to get the text right. But I think there is a need, even at this point of time, if you're saying India stands at a point where it has the advantage to cater to the global markets. How do you cater to that? How do you translate your agreements into actual implementation? I think that information is needed for the actual stakeholders on the ground. And I think in terms of what can be done into smaller level actionable commitments, I think having information which can be used by candidates, having info sessions, we are doing state engagements under the CAM project, and there is an assumption with which we land. And when we are done with the consultation, there are certain takeaways which bridge that gap between what is perceived in terms of what would be already known and what we see on the ground. And I think evidence is very much needed, so that evidence is backing your policy commitments or asks, so that the commitments are not abstract, but have a stronger evidence in terms of what you can actually translate into concrete realities. And I think monitoring and safeguarding mechanisms, India is very big already in terms of welfare and protection of its citizens, and we've seen it time and again. But I think when you look at being the global powerhouse or world skills capital, you need to make that infrastructure as well as robust, which can take that as a larger objective and stand with it. I think that is also needed in terms of what steps are needed in terms of domestic a gateway, I would say, is just a drop in the ocean, and we will see how this pilot actually delivers on some of the things that we have set out to deliver. But I think some of these considerations did feed into the design of what the gateway should do in terms of having actionable, small scale, piecemeal targets which you can achieve over the span of 2 years, which is the length at the moment of the pilot. Thank you.
Thank you, Surbi. And I think it's important that we critically assess the last mile readiness and we can have a whole different session on questioning assumptions. I think it's really important that we really get informed by what's happening at the ground level when we are having some of these conversations. I understand from the PDAC team that we have a few questions on Zoom.
Yes. So we have two questions from our attendees. So the first one is for Dr. Simon. This is from Meenal Jagtap. So the question is, what is the single biggest bottleneck currently preventing qualified Indian professionals from filling Germany's skilled labor gaps fast? So that's the question that we have for Dr. Simon. And this one, I think this is for Surabhi, probably it's not mentioned, but the question is, it's an interesting question. Do you plan any external recruiting for the EU gateway offices in India? And which types of skills are you? This is from Monica Voltolina.
Those are the only two questions? Yeah, I think we'll take some questions from the room as well, and then we can answer them in one go.
Thank you. You were looking at me. I thought you had to look at me first. Okay, this just is a question to Simon and also to other panelists because the nuance will differ. First, Simon, I mean, we will never underestimate the German bureaucracy because the word bureaucracy came from Max Weber, and we have gone gone overboard and overdone it. So that caveat is there. My question arises from, in many of these forums, we have a tendency to fall in love with ourselves. So, India being the leader, India doing this, India doing that. And Hirudaya Rajan referred to this. Learning from Philippines, no, we don't need to learn anything. Taking a little more sober view, we are not the only ones competing for the German skill gap. There are other countries. So if you were to suggest, agreeing that we might still be the best, is there any other comparable country who's doing it right? That is from a German point of view. And then maybe the other two panelists who have probably a larger international experience. Is there some other company from country? It's a sobering thought that can we learn a thing or two from them. We may make 95 runs, but those 5 single runs which are to be taken in the before coming to a century, someone else might be better in taking singles.
Do we have more questions in the room? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kavya. I'm from Aapti Institute. We are a public research institute in Bangalore, looking at issues at the intersection of technology and society. So this is a question to both Dr. Surabhi and Dr. Simon. So we've seen a lot of enthusiasm, especially in tech circles, around the use of verified credentialing and other technology to potentially solve some of these verification challenges. I just want to understand from your perspective, what is the potential for these sort of technologies to solve some of these gaps? What is the state of play currently, and or even more foundational digital infrastructure like the work and stay agency that Germany is piloting with the online portal? And what are some of the reservations you have around the potential limitations of technology in being able to address these problems?
So my name is Shatoisha. I head the Citizens Experience Lab at Indus Action. So my questions would be primarily from a citizens, unburdening citizens perspective. Indus Action is a social protection organization based out of Delhi. So I have 2 specific questions. First for Dr. Simon. When Dr. Sethi, you talked about dignified delivery, right? So if you're talking about migration, and you mentioned, Dr. Simon, that 85 to 90% is SMEs in Germany. So skill sets which are academic might be different from different levels of technical skill sets that are required at the SMEs.
So how do we bridge that gap of dignifying the experiences from people who are migrating from a skill set perspective, also from the socioeconomic differences in among the skill set perspective? So that's one. Second, it's for everyone. So when we talk about return of the value when the students are getting, for example, when they're returning to India, how there is a domestic workflows planning. I think a lot of studies have been done on that probably. How do we measure the impact or monitor, because we have different skill sets? Let's say it's a Germany, and currently I am part of this program called GovStack, where I think it's being done by GIZ Germany to understand how GovTech can help in terms of safeguarding policy and the citizens. So what we are noticing is that though there are platforms which tries to unify different benefits for the students who are getting, let's say in Germany or other, let's say the SAARC countries where compliance is probably a little less complicated, the return value of those students is something which is still being monitored or doesn't have a nuanced measurement of impact around them. So if somebody can address.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room?
Yeah. But before the question, can I just add on to one of the points that Sita ji has made? That was, I had a point on that I wanted to mention earlier. But so, on the quality part of things that you raised, apart from like, see, our own government is, that's my point. Our own government is working very hard to bring the quality down in one or the other way, and especially in the healthcare. And we have seen some of the recent decisions made. So I mean, even our German counterpart or any other counterpart had to be very cautious on that part as well. I think many people may would have understood it. So just point. Now coming back to the question. Is since there's an interesting word mentioned right up there in the center, it's called geopolitics, and we have done very nice discussion, very healthy, all sounding very positive, like gajab ka hai types, but we need to bring the geopolitics into the center of discussion. And I want to frame the question in a way that which is like this, that there is a lot happening in Europe and there's a lot happening globally right now. We are in a state of full rupture from a geopolitics perspective. And in between that, this mobility and migration is hugely impacted, affected, and becomes a major casualty. So if we put aside even the war-like situations that we are, that is happening in the Middle East and West Asia, and the Arabian countries, we bring the focus on Europe. In Europe also there are a lot of things happening, at least especially in last one and a half decade. There are various kinds of backlashes, uh, which is fair enough from their perspective. Policies may at times change at drop of a pin, and similarly, some people or people from certain countries, they become very easy prey or target. When we are seeing a lot happening actually globally. So within that, what are the do you foresee, or it is for the panel actually, it's not for any specific person, what are the challenges that we foresee from that aspect? Because that is something that from a geopolitics perspective we need to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the last question that we'll take.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sona Singh, and I'm an assistant professor at Lloyd Law College, and I research on migration. And one of the themes of this conference is, pathways. And when we talk about pathways, they comprise of both regular and irregular pathways. And in India, we forget that, like we talk about how we have we have a huge corpus of the population which which is readily available to work, but we also have seen in the past, in the recent past, where we've had evidence of people being deported back, people, being found living in countries illegally, and Europe. And my question is to Dr. Singh, where when we talk about, I want to understand that, these migration and mobility agreements that we've signed with different European countries, don't you think that they are, they're more catered to the needs of the partner countries? Because if you look at just one, for example, I worked on Italy migration, and if you just look at the seasonal migration quotas that are there, they're just, there's lots of gaps that can be found because people are going on seasonal migration quotas. They're going to come back. The idea is to earn a lot of money, stay there probably. So there are certain gaps. So how do you say that? How do you see, these gaps being filled?
Thank you. And I think there's a mix of questions to each of the panelists. So I'll let you frame your answers maybe collectively to everything that you've heard in the questions. So Simon, would you like to start first?
Yes, thank you. Lots of great questions. So the first one was the biggest bottleneck. So of course, it's a very low-hanging fruit to answer with language, but I think there's also the necessity to further streamline the processes on both sides. And I think that this understanding, the mutual understanding on how to further streamline it is probably also of utterly importance. Then there was a question directed at other countries, so that India is also not only being charmed by Germany, and also not only India charms Germany in this regard. So I think that maybe to answer the first question, I think there are other countries that also are very keen to attract Indian talent. That I know that this was not your direct question, but it's maybe the diplomatic answer to say that we also have competitors left and right, so to say, to find the best people here in India. And therefore, I think that India, there is good reason to be confident. I think India offers, as I said before, a great overlap of interest. So we really share a lot of interest with the Indian central government. It has a huge level of ambition, which sometimes is difficult to meet for a country like Germany, where culturally we are used to maybe smaller probes and smaller batches, and not to start with the thousands right away. But I think this is one of the challenges. But I think generally, when you look at these focus countries of from the German side that were selected for skilled labor migration purposes, in many ways, I think India really stands out in the lack of potential friction points, so to say, and in the potential that it can offer also by numbers. As I said, scalability, we take it with a bit of caution, but the number two, you mean? It's difficult to say because I have colleagues working in these countries, and they will be very happy if I don't name them. But I think it's very unique. And let's just answer in a different way to say that our foreign minister, when he travels, there are certain countries where this topic also comes up. And I think one recent example that comes to mind maybe is also Indonesia. I know that Vietnam also is very active in that regard, but they all have their own challenges. They all have their own history with Germany, their own difficulties, but India really is a very unique partner. When it comes to the certification and the digital aspects, you mentioned the Work and Stay Agency. Thank you very much. This is, of course, the idea to come up with a one-stop and once-only type of solution. So it goes to the first necessity to streamline the processes even further. But it is something that it's still taking shape, to say so, because I think if you have this means sacrificing responsibilities of certain individual actors, and that is a complicated political process, and to see how much responsibility in terms of skilled labor migration can be done on a federal level. So we hope that this will become a very effective agency that really helps us to facilitate processes and make everything faster, more reliable, and hopefully also more transparent. But we are not there yet. So I think it's an ambitious objective of the current federal government to implement this in the next years during the current legislation, but the current legislature. But it will be still remains to be seen how it actually will look like. Then there was a question about the SMEs and the dignifying perspective of maybe non-academic labor. I think where was this from? Yes, here I read exactly. So the question, I think it is a very, very cultural question as well, to say that there is a tend to maybe this was also mentioned earlier this morning, to say that an engineering degree from a not so great engineering college is maybe better than having vocational education training somewhere. It is something that our vocational education programs also suffer from, that they are not perceived as very attractive in India, because non-academic skilling is just not very much appreciated culturally, it seems. I think it is not an Indian phenomenon per se, but I think Germany offers the unique example, and everyone will tell you in their family, I went to university, but I have friends who did not go to university, and they earn a lot of money at a very early age. And I think it is a very respected profession to have a proper Ausbildung, vocational education training in Germany. But this is, of course, also due to the fact that it is not very easily recognized, and it comes with a unique 3-year integrated dual vocational education system, which is, of course, it has a long tradition, and it is being perceived with a lot of pride, and that, of course, it's a contradiction to recognizing degrees easier to keep up this quality of vocational education system. So the only answer to make it work, of course, is to export this model and to make this attractive. But yeah, I see your point, but I think that usually in Germany, not going to university is probably less of an issue than it is in other countries. And I think it can secure you a great life with a great income if you have a vocational education training, and also great skill set that is maybe even higher appreciated than also some random college degree from another university. And for the GovTech question, I think I can't really answer too much on that, to be honest. But yeah, sorry. I think that's probably what I wanted to say. Maybe just the last sentence to the geopolitical aspects, to say that migrant debates, I think for the current federal government and for Germany as a whole, we perceive that this line between irregular migration and refugee affairs and so on, and skilled labor migration, this line, of course, is under attack from two extremes, so to say. So from the very left and from the very right, and it is a very big challenge to distinguish. And I know that this line is sometimes also permissive in very rare cases, but generally, of course, our policy is that one is a humanitarian issue and the other one is an economic issue, so to say, where we want to have the right talent in the right positions and so on. And therefore, it is, of course, a challenge to explain this abroad sometimes. But Indians in that regard, because someone also mentioned deportations and so on, I think Indians in that regard are really an exemplary or a very good example in Germany that has very few negative press revolving around Indians in that regard. And maybe, at least for the German context, I don't really see this as an issue right now.
Thank you, Simon. And Surbi, if I can come to you, there was one very specific question on recruitment. But other than that, if you have responses to the questions that were asked today.
I think it's not for me to say who the agreement benefits more or less, but what I can say is you're right. Mobility was happening even in the absence of agreement. I mean, India-Italy corridor is one that goes back in time. The Italian cheese, which we all relish, is produced by Indian workers, I mean, Indian agriculture workers from Punjab. And I think how I see it is the absence of a framework compared to the absence of a framework, the presence of a framework is always better. It allows for the constitution of a joint working group where at least you can sit across the table, touch base on outstanding issues, see how those could be resolved, which is also, I think, a huge plus if you look from a policy point of view. So I think, in my view, that is the great value add of these mobility partnerships, if I was to say. The other question, I think, is more suited for our HR than for me. But I would say that please look at ICMPD careers page, and whatever hiring is happening would be there. Not for me to answer that. Thank you.
Thanks, Surbi. And Dr. Sethi, finally coming to you, how would you respond to some of the questions that have been raised around the geopolitical circumstances specifically?
I think the question on pathways, yes, it is regular legal pathways are being promoted, are being encouraged. Whether it's at the high skill level, it is also being encouraged at the refugee level, which means amongst the refugee population, that shift has come in, that we are looking at talent and we should be setting up legal pathways. But also I need to tell you that in a large amount of the labor mobility agreements, irregular pathways and how to prevent, how to control, and how to manage them is a clause which is there in a large amount of these agreements. And I think the government is quite aware of it because they are aware of the data that's coming out. And there are issues related to fraudulent documents and fake visas, etc. And whilst a sect of people are working on skill mobility, work has to continue at that level too. And so this is something that we are not encouraging, and no donor wants that, no international organization wants that, but that's the reality on the ground you can't move away from. The other issue was about scalability and numbers. I just wanted to mention in countries which you project as a good example. I think every country has its challenges, and it depends a lot on the programs that are set up. I was just looking yesterday on a program between Spain and Ecuador, Spain and Senegal. And just to Senegal, 40,000 people have gone between the years 23 and 25. So huge numbers, 4-year visas being granted, and there's a lot of monitoring that goes on. And so is that a good program? Yes, it is a successful program. We also have the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam. So I have been on many panels where people have just returned from a country and they're saying that I could hire 300 workers from Vietnam and I could hire so many numbers, but I couldn't get the same numbers from India. Why? Because they did not qualify for the tests or they did not meet certain requirements. So that is happening. So again, it's not about which country is better. That some are able to have better skills in certain sectors. Nurses, definitely, Philippines, domestic workers, Philippines are being rated much higher than many of our workers. Now let's look at the African countries. I worked many years in Africa, and we've had very, very few skills mobilities, partnership agreements being made with the African countries. They're coming up slowly. We have North Africa, which is leading, countries like Morocco and Tunisia, who are doing much better, and bilateral relations have been established, partnership agreements. And the African Union is working at the regional level. And it's very interesting that lots is being encouraged mobility between the African countries, from west to south, from west to east, because of the size of the continent and the free movement, free mobility, which is also being linked to trade. I have to say that. So there's a lot of work going on. So you cannot say which is minus, which is plus. They all have the different nuances. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, the point about dignity. Somebody raised that, and I think in this morning it was mentioned, or perhaps earlier, when the plane load of people came back in handcuffs. Yes, it was orderly, it was managed by the government, but it was not with dignity, and it was also violating human rights. So that shows to you that an orderly, organized movement from point A to point B has broken two of the values that are at the core of safe migration. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi, and thank you everyone for today's session. The session invited us to think of skilled mobility not just as a response to labor shortage, but as a deliberate geopolitical and trade instrument that can shape how countries cooperate, compete, and share prosperity. This creates both important opportunities and clear responsibilities. On the one hand, structured skills and mobility partnerships can support economic transformation in origin and destination countries, attract investment, and deepen trade relationships when they are anchored in real labor market needs and in long-term skill development strategies. On the other hand, there is a risk that they may be designed narrowly as short-term recruitment fixes. They can exacerbate inequalities, fuel informality and irregular migration, and weaken trust between institutions and societies. The discussion today maybe helped us see that sometimes our approach can be skewed towards looking at migration in isolation and the real challenges of zooming out. Without theory, there is no praxis. Unless we are able to situate migration within the larger economic context, we cannot put in practice bilateral arrangements in regional and multilateral cooperation and in the everyday realities of recruitment, training, and workers' lives. Today's panel is a conversation which does not end at 3 p.m. It requires ongoing thought and consideration. I'd like to thank the panelists for their insights and the audience for their active engagement. With that, we close this session. Thank you. You did great. Take care.
Excuse me, just don't forward.
Oh.
They want a photo.
Okay.
Thank the panelists again on behalf of the organizers. And without any delay, we'll move to the third session, third panel. So the third session is on welfare, institutional architecture, and state capacity on skilled migration. For this, I'd like to
Just you and
okay. So this is a hybrid panel as well. Two of our panelists is also joining over Zoom. So I'll request Dr. Divya Balan and Akhil to turn on their cameras, please. So let's start with introducing the panelists. And first, I'll introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Arindam Banerjee. So Arindam, he's the co-founder and partner at the Policy and Development Advisory Group, which is a social impact advisory working at the intersection of policy, research, and strategic communications. With over 15 years of experience, he has worked closely with senior policymakers, researchers, and communications professionals to support evidence-based decision-making. Through PDAG, he has advised state governments and elected representatives by leading rigorous evaluations, research collaborations, and strategic communications. Arindam, warm welcome.
Thank you. Please, let's proceed here.
And next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Sita Sharma. Ms. Sita Sharma is a migration and mobility expert with over 25 years of experience across South and Southeast Asia, the Gulf, Africa, and Europe. She advises governments, international organizations, and private sector on labor mobility skills and migration partnerships. At the International Labour Organization, she advanced the India-EU migration partnerships, and with the Government of India, she represented the country in bilateral and multilateral negotiations on migration governance and skills mobility. Most recently, she served as the advisor on international skills and mobility to the government of Andhra Pradesh. She now works independently, supporting partners on migration partnerships and workforce mobility strategies. Thank you for joining us. Now, I'd move on to introduce our panelists for joining over Zoom. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Divya Balan. Divya Balan is an assistant professor and area chair of international studies in the Department of Social Studies at Flame University in Pune. A migration scholar with a doctorate in European studies from Jawaharlal University, she brings over a decade of teaching, research, and policy experience to her work on migration, diaspora, and refugeehood. She has held prestigious visiting fellowship at the Institute for European Global Studies at the University of Basel, Switzerland, and currently serves as a senior research fellow at the International Institute for Migration and Development, and as the joint secretary of the Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism. Divya has published extensively in journals, edited volumes, and media platforms in both English and Malayalam, and is co-editor of Making a Stronger Case for Multidisciplinary Approaches to the Study and Practice of Indian Diplomacy, published in 2025, The Indian Mosaic, Unraveling India's Built Culinary and Artistic Traditions, India Entwined Narratives from Ecological and Economic Frontiers, and Gender and Migration in the Arabian Gulf. Dr. Divya, welcome. And lastly, I'd like to introduce Mr. Akhil CS. Mr. Akhil serves as the Program and Research Lead at the Loka Kerala Seva Secretariat, Norca Department, Government of Kerala, with over a decade of experience in international labor migration and migration governance. His work focuses on advancing the rights and welfare of migrant workers while shaping inclusive and evidence-based policymaking at both subnational and global levels. He has collaborated with organizations such as the International Labour Organization and International Organization for Migration, and currently serves as a senior research fellow at the International Institute of Migration and Development. Across his career, he has worked at the intersection of research, policy, and advocacy to promote just and sustainable migration governance. Akhil, welcome to this panel. Arindam, please take the floor.
Yeah, I think in the previous panel, Dr. Sethi mentioned about, the need for a national migration policy. And interestingly, we'll have Dr. Rao later in the day when, as Additional Secretary cum Special Secretary Niti Aayog, he actually worked and tried a lot to bring that into fruition post-COVID as a kind of a landmark piece of work. Interestingly, it got stuck in none other than the Ministry of Labor and Employment. So when we speak of international mobility, when we are speaking of migration, I guess there is also this fundamental question about who owns it. I think I made a point in the morning that it's not just about MEA, because at the end of the day, labor migration or labor as a topic is also concurrent in nature. So the states also have onus on it. You are talking from a point-to-point departure to arrival to an entire system of and a pathway of mobility of humans, whereas there is an involvement of a lot of stakeholders. This particular kind of panel, or however we want to place it, we would like to explore some fundamental questions around how do states at large, when I say states here, I refer to state governments, and also state as an institution. So it's also like the ME, the MEA, and the MOLE, and NITI, and everyone else for that matter. How do we work or think around the entire idea of social welfare, institutional architecture, and state capacity? And before I proceed with each of our revered panelists here, bringing in their vast decades of experience, it's interesting to see that while in the morning I also mentioned that there's this diplomatic momentum that seems to have gathered a lot of steam over the last 2-3 years. But I think what Kerala showcased in terms of a pathway long back, we have had TOMCOM, which is the Telangana Overseas Manpower Company. And then over the last few years, we have actually had a lot of states actually forming private companies on their own, or corporations or societies, to kind of look into this entire idea of overseas employment. And I gather also what Dr. Singh mentioned, that there is a presupposition when we go for capacity building programs with states, and then when we return, the expectation and the thinking also kind of change, and it's a great learning also at the end. So on this note, maybe I'll begin with Sita ma'am. You have been around the space in terms of looking at it from both inside and outside, like from within as well as outside. And into this kind of perspective, now when you reflect, and at this very critical juncture when there's a lot of talk around the entire skill mobility aspects, what kind of institutional bottlenecks do you see typically arising? Because I would like you to focus on the three core things. At one part, there is skill training. Then we're talking about recruitment, licensing, formalization. At the same time, we're also talking about, the new bill is also talking about universal portability of social security, which to a certain extent is there, but it's not like, again, framed properly.
Okay, thank you. I do have the privilege, and I think also a bit of the trouble of having been inside and outside, let's say. From my perspective, and I have worked in the ministries, honestly, India is nowhere near ready. I'm sorry. We don't have the institutional framework. We don't have the policy. We don't have the legal structure. We're really not in a good place for the kind of demand that the world is placing on India. For multiple reasons, the demand is there. There's a lot of high demand for people to migrate. There are a lot of jobs overseas. We're really just not ready with any kind of infrastructure. It's really quite a struggle. And it comes, I mean, people have mentioned the law is, of course, very outdated. The bill has been in the cooking for several years now, and we don't know when that happens. But it's also just look at migration. Who is responsible in India? You have different ministries who have a role, but it's not exactly very clear who is going to finally be responsible to see people go through. And that's where some of the problem lies, actually. If there is no one responsible, then how does this actually work? You're right, the states, I've just come back from a state, and I can tell you that the states don't have a clue. Honestly, they're lost. And I'm saying this from not just having been in the state that I've been in, but also when I was in the ministry and other states would come. They don't know how to go about this. They don't know what to do. They don't have the people who understand the issue. So it's actually quite a hard road in that sense, if one wants to understand it like this. Also, the central ministry and the state don't necessarily relate to each other in that sense. Just because you have a government to government agreement at the center, it doesn't mean that the states actually know about it. And even if they did know about it, there's no way on how you move forward with it, because there's no clarity on that front. Because who do you talk to in the center who's going to help you with that? It's really, therefore, quite difficult, I would say, for India to be able to take advantage of what is currently the situation globally and where India stands today. What is happening is largely ad hoc. There are some government kind of interventions. There is some, of course, we always talk of Kerala because it at least has that welfare system in place. The other states don't even really have much of that. Some do. I was in Andhra. We did a little bit of work. We have an NRT group that actually manages to do some things. It also works on social security. So there's a little bit that happens there. But if you look across India, then this is really a lot of gaps that are there. And I'm not sure how these gaps are going to be filled in also, because we don't have people who have this knowledge. This subject has come into us, and everybody's rushed into it in the last 4 or 5 maybe years. what was happening 20 years ago or 15 years ago. It's not like India was not moving or people were not moving. By the way, we send about 2 million people overseas every year, which is quite a large number. But it's always just been ad hoc and private agencies. Even if it was private and ad hoc agencies, what did we do to help that system grow? What are we doing to help private sector take this forward? Also very little. That's with the recruitment. I do think they play a very critical role. There's good and bad apples everywhere, but I also think that it's not structured. And now with social media, a lot of the jobs are actually on social media, and they are not with registered recruiters, and there's all of that floating around now. So it's very, very difficult to monitor that as well. Coming to skills, the skills in demand in the world are going to be fairly high level. They're not going to be short-term India skilling. Forget it. That is not going to be who goes out of the country. They have been going to the Gulf. It has been a trend, and it continues to be a trend, and it would probably also still continue at some levels to be a trend. But for anyone who knows anything also about the Gulf, people are trained for a short while on very specific skills that the particular employer wants, and then they go. That's normally the trend. But for all the rest of the world, the skilling standards are pretty high. You know, when I've been trying to send people, I've realized, wow, we just don't have some of these skills. And if we do, they're only in the polytechs. And we've undermined our polytech systems so much. And we have movements from polytech to engineering, which means the numbers are falling considerably. So where are we going to get these skilled people from? And that's really where the skilling issue lies. We, of course, have people in the academic world, and those can move if, you know, we are quite at par. The IITs will move. They've always been moving. They will continue to move. But the demand is for vocational trades. And that kind of skilling in our country, we don't have, well, we probably have very few. I think you can count them on your fingertips. Polytech institutes or ITIs which have international collaborations on your fingertips. That's it. We just don't have them. We have many universities with tie-ups. But what about the vocational training with any country? Forget like, okay, one specific country, just any country. If you put it all together, India has very, very little that is tied up internationally in the vocational space. And this is really the need of the hour. Why are we not tying our vocational institutes with good vocational institutes overseas that can make those connections? Even now, the NEPs opened up, and all the rush that is happening from countries like Australia is targeted at higher education, not at the vocational space, whereas the demand for the jobs is in the vocational space. So there really is this gap. I'm going to stop there. But there really are several gaps and a lot of institutional work that needs to go on if India needs to get on track.
Thank you, Sita. Sita. Akhil, are you there? Yeah. Am I audible? Are you audible?
Yes, yeah. Am I audible?
Can you say a couple of lines or so? We can hear.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Hi,
Okay.
welcome. Yeah, so maybe I'll move to Akhil and then move to Divya after that. So Akhil, you're there thick into the action, you know, and obviously over the years, Kerala has pioneered a lot of things, including the, Loka Kerala Sabha also. So how do you see the institutional mechanisms such as Norca Roots, Loka Kerala Sabha, with respect to two things? One, obviously there's this diaspora engagement that is there. But more than that, I believe it's also about skilled and formal migration pathways. So what would be maybe a couple of lessons from this model? And I would also like you to stress not only the green pastures, but also some of the non-green pastures that we often don't get to know from Kerala.
Okay, thanks, Harida. See, as Sita rightly pointed out, Kerala's model is very much welfare centric. So, welfare, ensuring the welfare was our objective for a longer period of time. Since 1996, since the beginning of NOCA, we focused on various welfare schemes, especially on reintegration, and mostly Gulf centric. The programs were very much Gulf centric and welfare oriented. So the idea of ensuring safe and ethical migration and all those things came after 2015. And especially when we started signing agreements, specifically with Germany on a triple win agreement, then only state also realized the importance of signing agreements and facilitating migration as such. So then onwards, recruitment or ensuring safe and regular recruitment become a major objective of government of Kerala. But there are challenges. Of course, the disconnect between center and state is a major issue for the government to understand the opportunities. And for example, the National Skill Ministry obviously work with the skill agencies, their nodal agencies in Kerala. They may be knowing a lot of opportunities and all those stuff. But NOCA do not know where are the opportunities and all. But we know the challenges, obviously. We know the migration pathways and nuances involved in the migration and such. So there is a disconnect between the skilling sector and the migration management system even in the states. So that is a major challenge or a major hindrance in establishing sort of a framework for the future migration pathways. But definitely Norca is seriously considering signing whatever labor mobility agreements possible. And also the a major thing that we are kind of major avenue we are developing is social security agreements. So NOCA had a couple of major social security agreements, especially we had pensions for the returnees, because all these agreements make sure that the migrants will return, and all these are temporary labor migration agreements. So it's important to ensure, even though we do not have portability of social security agreements, our pension scheme sort of a so-called portable security agreements that ensure some sort of income once they are returned. And also we are developing new programs for kind of ensuring social security when they are at work, especially the new insurance schemes that we have developed, so which I definitely look in the future. I mean, so we have comprehensive insurance coverage for the migrants and their families, and especially targeting not just GCC countries and the migration pathways to Europe and other countries as well. And a most important change, I'll come to the skilling aspect definitely. Before that, a major important program that we are actually focusing now is on reintegration. So reintegration was for us, for government of Kerala, is obviously providing economic reintegration by some financial support. One-time assistance was the norm for a long period of time, but we realized that we are receiving thousands of migrants every month, literally, after the nationalization and COVID and all those incidents contributed to that. So and all this future mobility agreements also encourage return as well. So the state cannot fund reintegration for a long period of time, and there is no national level support. And the bill also does not talk about reintegration, and indirectly it says that reintegration is the responsibility of the state governments. So we are kind of developing a comprehensive reintegration strategy without the support of state governments in the future. So we have developed a mission called Pravasi Mission. Pravasi Mission focuses on the comprehensive reintegration of migrants. So we have three verticals. One is on entrepreneurship, and the other one is on skilling, and then is on civic engagement. So it will be a decentralized model because it's a kind of stronghold of Kerala as model as well. So we are involving local self-governments as well. Also, the migrants' role will also be there. So they will be definitely contributing to the entrepreneurship programs of returnees, and also there will be a lot of skilling, upskilling, and reskilling and remigration possibilities as well in the scheme. So this would be a major strategy for the maybe next 15 or 20 years to address the kind of challenges posed by the skill mobility agreements that are coming up. And when it comes to skilling, so slowly the government also realized the importance of collaborating with other skill agencies. Especially we have three nodal agencies of NSDC over here. So government started kind of developing a mechanism to ensure there is a coordinated skilling of avenues. Because, for example, if NORCA knows about some programs and some labor opportunities, the other skilling agency also may be aware about the skilling. So they started competing. I mean, in a sense it is good, but to make sure that they work in tandem, so there is going to be a coordinated mechanism to ensure that skilling agencies and migration management agencies will work together. And finally, you mentioned about the Loka Kerala Sabha, which is a diaspora engagement body, we could say, of Government of Kerala. The whole idea is to provide some sort of a role for the migrants in the policy making of the Government of Kerala. So it's a body that involves migrant representatives of migrants and elected representatives that includes MLAs and MPs from the state. So that is a constitution of this assembly. So Loka Kerala Sabha is actually contributing immensely to the future labor migration pathways of Government of Kerala, because uh, through Loka Kerala Sabha, we are obviously have a better understanding of the situation of the destination countries, about the opportunities, and even some of the Loka Kerala Sabha members are bringing, are encouraging the government to sign agreements with other employers. So they are bringing a lot of employment opportunities as well, and facilitating such opportunities as well. That is one thing. Also, we have a better understanding of the labor market situation and other challenges in the destination country as well. So the engagement body such as Loka Kerala Sabha is also contributing to the future skilling pathways. Yeah, that's for now.
Thank you, Akhil. We move to Dr. Balan. Dr. Balan, you have been doing quite a few pioneering studies across multiple states, across the country, looking into aspects of skilled, unskilled migration, remittances. So, drawing from some of your work, do you see states in India kind of prepared for return migration and reintegration at scale, and also, or do you see states actually understanding the value of welfare systems, or if I may say, the financial systems, especially remittances for that matter?
Thank you, Arindam. I think I'll start with the conversation on welfare. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'll start with the conversation on welfare, because that's something which I haven't heard much in the morning session as well. But I think that should be the center of all of these conversations, including skilling or the corridors, anything and everything that we talk about migration. I think welfare should be the core of it, and be placing the migrants in the center of this conversation. So from there, let me begin with that. And so I was thinking about this, that there is always this question, among different categories of migrants, or migrants and diaspora communities who are more vulnerable. Is there a relativity in terms of, like, some groups are really vulnerable, some aren't, and in that, I think conventionally, if we look at especially the policy perspective in India, and that's also go back to our Immigration Act of 1983, which is like, we place low-skilled, semi-skilled workers as more vulnerable, and our protective systems, our frameworks are largely kind of framed from this perspective. But I think when we look at, because since we are looking at skilled migration today, I would say that skilled migration is not really reducing any vulnerability, because we have a feeling that they're going with contracts, job contracts, a proper job, etc., mostly in the formal sector. But I would say that doesn't really reduce vulnerability, which I have also actually realized from many of the conversations I have listened since morning. I would say it's actually reconfiguring the vulnerability and the precarity. One example that I could think of is, for instance, there is this increasingly platformized digital mobility that is happening from India. For instance, digital nomads. So there are many migrant groups that we still haven't really integrated into the policy conversation, and one being digital nomads. So, what are the vulnerabilities that they face, and what are the protection mechanisms or welfare mechanisms that we should be providing for, those category of migrants, for instance, because also even in the previous sessions we discussed about, digital aspects of migration governance. And another, issue that I always have seen is our migration governance architecture is very reactive. Rather than coordinative, rather than coordinated or proactive. Whenever there is an emergency like COVID-19, as Rajan sir have mentioned in the morning, or the ongoing conflict that is in West Asia. So, I think we are immediately we act for evacuation, or bringing our migrants back to safety, etc., etc. But it's still very reactive rather than proactive, which goes back to what Akhil has just mentioned, because return and reintegration is something which we kind of brings up in policy conversations episodically. Like whenever there is an issue, we talk about that, but then after, once that issue is being sorted out or solved, then there is a long silence about all of this. So there is this gap within how we understand welfare. But then, this increasing skill migration that is happening from India to newer corridors is also compelling us to move beyond, many of these narrow lens of understanding what welfare is, or what welfare framework that we should be creating and providing. And as I have mentioned, for instance, if we look at our policy structure that is existing right now, when I say right now, because it's still 1983 Act, the bill is yet to get passed. So we could see that, it's a very regulatory framework, basically to regulate low-skilled migrants. Thinking that is the sector that has been less regulated. But when you look at skilled migration sector, you will see the same tendencies of less regulation, which is then adding on to the precarity of skilled migrant laborers as well. For instance, many times, the contracts being vague or not very transparent, limited accountability from the system itself, which is why I think, we have discussed about ethical recruitment being, it should be sort of a core concern rather than a peripheral concern. But all of this is these gaps that we could see in the current migration architecture is largely coming from the very fact that our architectures are framed for dealing with managing, regulating low-skill migration since 1970s, I would say. So how to adapt to the complexities that the skill mobility is bringing in, including the example that I have mentioned of digital nomads or digital recruitment, or, also now we are talking about very sector-specific corridors. Earlier, we used to talk about corridors, but not really sector-specific. But now we're talking about sector-specific corridors. So what are the problems with it? Would that be kind of, increasing the social cost of migration in the origin country? So, and also destination in terms of integration. So, so there is a lot that I think we have to discuss in that sphere as well. As well as I think, when you think about skilled migrants, again, you will see a trend that, and this is coming from a couple of interviews that I have done with, the skilled professionals working in Canada as well as in the UAE. So they were telling me that, how they operate is through very high, or I would say highly institutionalized welfare route. Rather than the institutional welfare system that they are dependent on, they rely more on private insurance companies or their employer provided benefits. So there is very individualized engagements and characteristics that you could see with skilled migrants. They're also in a way we could say that the skilled migrants or skilled migration is highly embedded in the global talent competition, if I could say that competition is happening right now. So countries have to position themselves, or at least when I look forward, or when I think about maybe 5 to 10 years going forward, I could see that if that is going to be the standardization, where whether countries are able to ensure welfare for the skilled migrants as well, and the circular migrants, and the mobility that we are talking about, the very shift from migration to mobility itself, how are we going to position ourselves, which Dr. Day in the morning session have mentioned about we being that the trustworthy provider of labor force. So can be an underqualified labor force. So if that is what is the future, maybe at least the short term future we are looking at, because again, as somebody has mentioned, like anything to say about migration, it's so dynamic that we can't really kind of think of also sometimes in long term. But if you think of a short term sort of positionality of India in these systems and networks, are we really sort of in a position to be in that global talent, competitive network? Can we kind of develop, we always talk about diaspora diplomacy, which is being one of the core of the current government. And can we also talk about then global talent diplomacy? Is that something that we could, and that talent diplomacy isn't just about skilling, or the other technical aspects that we discussed in the sessions,
Divya,
but
can we
also about
hold on a bit? Maybe we move to the next round and then
sure.
come back. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. So my point is, like, can we do that? Welfare being, just considering it as a moral imperative, but also as a strategic asset to this country is, one question that I would ask. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Just moving back, I think there are a lot of the points I think that both Akhil and Sita you also raised, and also Divya kind of brought in. I will push back a bit here to also understand now from practitioners' lens. We have on paper, we have everything. We have eShram, we have eSeva, some mother, then we can keep going on. And you have been also, as like I have also been working with quite a few states. A lot of times intent is not questionable, but then we see its execution, that actually pays the price. So in terms of welfare portability, or in terms of state capacity, kind of facilitating welfare systems for workers, I will not get into skilled, unskilled. A worker is a worker, and a migrant even adds more layers of vulnerability to that, right? What would be your, maybe couple of maybe examples that you like, or reflect back that, how does it play out? Does it really play out?
Okay, so that's, just to look at this from the perspective of a state. I don't know if people have been in the state when there is a crisis with the migrants. The states often fend for themselves, and they are told just sort it out yourself very often. There is support systems there's Mother, there's eMigrate, there's a lot of that. But often it is left to the state to look after the people who went from the state. Even though they may have gone through whichever means or whichever way, it often falls back on the state, unless it's very, very high profile, and then they have to send planes over and get people back, which is then a little bit of a different story. But even in that case, sometimes the states have to pay for those tickets. So while there is an institutional structure, and we do have the fund, the ICWF fund is very much there, and it's quite a lot of money now, it still doesn't mean that it kind of necessarily goes into the states. And I also think it's because the states are not aware. They don't also know. It's not also just by practice. It's also because the states may not actually be aware that there is something like this, that you need to tap into it, or you need to work through it. There are a lot of states now that are trying to do migration and have jumped onto this. And it's all obviously for employment, and really to try and see how they can tide over the employment issue. And there's a sort of disconnect sometimes, because it's not necessarily the labor departments that are doing this, which means that the people who were traditionally looking at social security, looking at labor rights are not the people who are looking at migration. And there is therefore some division going on over there in terms of how you conceptualize and think of welfare also. That conversation therefore is a little bit just disjointed, nothing else. It's kind of disjointed because the people looking at labor are no longer the people who are looking at migration. And this makes it a little bit, I think, different because there's skills, and skills looks at migration. And skills does not look at welfare. Right? So you have this disconnect that's kind of going on, I think. There is a consciousness, I would still say there is some consciousness. Even in Tamil Nadu recently, they just had an awareness chat box which has been launched, and they have done something as well. So I think there is a consciousness that we have to do things, but it doesn't necessarily tie up to the larger ecosystem of what is there at the center, or also learning from each other's states. There's very little of interstate sharing, actually. I was quite astonished that there's so little of it, but there's actually very little support that the states give to each other. There's a lot of competition in terms of getting the jobs. But there's very little conversation in terms of how do we do this correctly, or how do we build on each other's strengths or what we learn from each other. So there's a lot of territorial kind of battle over there. So it's quite interesting. And I think that's really the key issue. I think there's a lot of political intention. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of desire to do it right, but there isn't really the knowledge or the framework and support coming from anywhere to help them do this, I think, right? That's my take on it.
No, thank you. I think this is quite a lot of fodder for all of us to kind of think on that. And on that note, I'd like to bring Akhil in. Akhil, again, not getting into the nuances, as I mentioned, there are a lot of green pastures. Kerala has shown the way, the stuff is there. Even in internal migration, for that matter, being a host state primarily, it has kind of, pioneered a lot of initiatives. We have been fortunate to also go, travel, work, closely engage during our work on internal migration. Drawing upon, Sita's comment around the defragmentation, I mean, what would be your kind of, maybe some inputs in terms of what other states should take up as formative steps to avoid that defragmentation of work around the welfare of migrants at large? So you like to see that as a consolidated approach, or again, as Sita mentioned, there's too much of defragmentation even at the state level?
Yeah, exactly. That is a point. I mean, our focus was mostly on the welfare activities, I mean, which is very important. So we have our own strengths in, developing various welfare initiatives for the migrant workers in all three stages of migration, before they are traveling. And now even the state is even providing support loans for the people to migrate, the young, the people below 30 to migrate. And there are several other things, several, initiatives that we can actually highlight, which other states also should be implemented. But my take is that each welfare and facilitation, there is obviously, I see the point, there is a disconnect, and or everything should come under one framework, labor rights, facilitation, welfare. And for the states that are planning to have some sort of institutional mechanism, we always recommend when they visit us, develop a comprehensive platform or a institutional base first. There should be a coordination between all these aspects. Then only we can have a mechanism that will take us for another 10 or 15 years ahead. Like I said, the reintegration programs, we have a lot of programs. We have a program called Norca, Pravasi Bhadrata programs, which was constituted during the COVID-19 program period. And, we provided around support for around 20,000 plus people and economic support. But that didn't take us anywhere. I mean, it was just one-time assistance. We can't even call as, a reintegration support mechanism. There is hardly any monitoring and all those things. So there is no sustainability in most of such initiatives. And for the welfare programs that or the support we offer when they're at work, when they're at the destination countries, so also the scope for intervention is very limited. It may be because of the bottlenecks to connect. We have a 24/7 helpline that provides support for the migrant workers. Since the last 7 or 8 years, we received around 0.7 million plus calls. So, but with those calls, we send numerous emails to the Indian missions and Indian governments. But there is no single, even in the GCC countries, we do not have single point of contact or support. That could actually, for example, there is no state support officer for major migrations in states like that. So we often find it very difficult to find solutions or to reach out to people who call us, reach out with grievances. So these are the bottlenecks. But obviously, the reintegration program should be sustainable. As I mentioned previously, there should be programs that cater not just the entrepreneurship capability of the people, also the skilling. There should be a repository of skills that these returned migrants have, and also we should engage them more at the grassroots level through several civic engagement programs. So when we think about reintegration programs, it should not be just one-time assistance. So that is my take on the reintegration programs. When we talk about the other support programs, for example, social security. So as I said again in the beginning, we have a comprehensive insurance scheme for the migrant workers and their families. It's almost restored to 1.5 lakh migrants plus their households. So it's going quite well. So, but the problem is that it only provides assistance like the treatment support within the country. It's important to kind of expand it to the country of destination, even though most of the countries provide insurance for the workers. So such an insurance should be there for the workers. So that is another model. We have several other insurance programs also. So now this stands out. This is the most recent one as well, and the successful one as well. So that should be there, and also the pensions. And every migrant has been contributing immensely to the development of the home country as well. So there should be some kind of social security mechanism that is portable, maybe, but that requires some sort of diplomatic discussions and all. At least a contribution from the state and central government should be there to pool the money for pension schemes, and because now we have a pension program which almost in the last 10 years we distributed around 739 crore rupees. So, but there is a lot of burden on the state government as well. It is not at all a sustainable model. So when we think about the pension programs for the migrant workers, for the returnees, or for the current migrant workers who are working at the destination, it should have some support from the government. Also, it should be a sustainable model, and it is not easy. It's going to be very difficult. So that is another model that the states can replicate or think of. And a couple of other things to add. So we have been experimenting with the digital support systems. So but it is very difficult, to be very honest. We thought that Kerala is experiencing the second generation or third generation migrants, and most of them are semi-skilled or skilled workers, but there is some sort of reluctancy to share information and even digitally. So in order to kind of maybe to gather information or to offer support, we have a portal called Loka Kerala Online. So we provide various services to the migrants, like psychological support and other programs for the migrant workers offered by the state governments if they register in the portal. But that's a mere 2 minutes registration to be completed. But there is a reluctancy from the migrant workers to do that. At the same time, they're heavily involving in the online recruitment and all other activities and social media activities as well. But there is some sort of reluctancy to do that. Even we have chat box and everything. So the hit is very low. I mean, it's quite surprising. And when we are expanding the same service to Europe and other new migration pastures, but then they are coming up with a lot of other GDPR arguments and privacy questions, concerns, and all. So these are the typical migrant things that is there. But of course, digital support system is very important. So we need to have sort of a system that that should be universally, kind of available for the migrant workers, very simple, limited, and that is not there. I mean, there are efforts from the state government and from other, as Sita pointed out, some other state governments are also trying to capture information digitally or to offer support digitally. But my feeling is that that requires some support from the central government mechanisms as well. If mission endorse that, or ME endorse such effort from the state governments, whatever innovative efforts, otherwise it won't succeed at the destination country, because there is always limitation that state is sort of kind of always handicapped with the things. So yeah, this is my take for now.
Thank you, Akhil. And on that point, I'll move to Divya again. And after this, I'll actually open up the floor because I think quite a lot of stuff has been covered, and it would be good to hear from everyone. Divya, one thing that we all love to say, data and evidence interchangeably. I think two favorite buzzwords. But you are a researcher primarily, right? And also you mix research with policy kind of advocacy, obviously, and then teaching and academics. Drawing from your experience, just maybe a couple of points of reflection on how do you see, or how have you been seeing migration data? I'm not talking here data generated from, let's say, a survey, but administrative data per se. Have you seen, or have you come across during your studies or through your interviews, in terms of whether it's actually there, and if it's there, then how much of it gets actually used in an actionable manner to kind of lead to certain outcomes or lead to certain decision making?
So I would say data is there, but how much data and how accurate and dependable these data are is, I think, where the problem is. As a researcher, every time when we start working on a research paper or a research theme, this is one constant, I think, problem that I face personally, and many of my colleagues as well. That also there is this problem of non-comparability, of the data that has been available. So ME data would, say something, and maybe a state level data would say something else. For instance, KMS, for that matter, Kerala Migration Survey, or World Bank, and ILO and IOM reports usually say something else. So there is a lot of non-comparability that could be a methodological problem as well. So data is a problem, and it isn't just the real-time data that we don't have, but we also don't have of migration, but we also don't have data of return migrants, or the skill, which will really affect the reintegration trajectories, as well as, like, again, our efforts for reskilling, or that helps, sometimes return migrants to remigrate. So data is always a problem. It has been a problem, but also something which I, as a social scientist, would like to highlight is also, the I would say the lack of, or the invisibility of qualitative data, or I would say life narratives, for instance. And it is understandable that, like, we can't really maybe incorporate life histories or life narratives to the policy, because that's not how the policy has been formulated and how the policy making system works. But I think we shouldn't just look at the numbers. We should also look at the qualitative ethnographic aspects of it, so that we could better understand. Traditionally we have understood that migration is all about push and pull, but then that push and pull concept has been broadened, but also to include not so generalized sort of factors for migration, or even return, or for not returning, or for remigrating. So to reflect that complexity of migration, I think, we always say this, that we don't look at migration as simple black and white, but there are more layers. We do say that, but I think when we approach migration as a process, as a social process, I think sometimes we tend to also kind of generalize and not really looking at maybe the life stories, because that is where again, the migrants become center of the conversation, because data still it is the data that has been the center, not really the migrants. So this is connected, this lack of data, or I won't say lack of data, but inadequacy of data, non-comparability of data that has been available. Also, I always kind of look at MEA data on international migrants, and many times, that particular PDF won't have, the date of preparation of the data. And I always wonder, like, what is here that I'm looking at? I think that is a citation problem, but that is a major problem for somebody who is working with that data. So there is multiple such problems that we face, and that also creates a lot of, like, issues that we have discussed. The whole life cycle migration process has been affected with this data problem, data deficiency and gap that we are facing. Just one more point to add to this conversation, to this particular conversation. Again, the question is, who is best fit? Because again, we are looking at a federal system here. So who is best fit to collect data? And I always even, and thanks to Sita and Akhil for bringing this point. I think this is where, we need to strengthen the state mechanisms. And I strongly believe that states are especially in the federal setup in India, that might not be the case in Philippines or some of those, unitary government frameworks. But in the case of India, I believe that, states are in a better position to collect granular data. And I really don't want, Kerala to be this, only oasis, or where you have data because of all the Kerala migration surveys, or the good work of Norca, where the registration happens and we have some idea how many people are in, in which countries. I think Akhil could clarify this. I think we have an understanding that the Malayalis are there in around 180 through 82 countries. Yeah, so we have a better clarity in terms of where these people are, which helps. So if you look at the welfare model of Kerala government, especially through Norca and Norca routes and all the activities that Akhil has mentioned, that's also coming from a place of better data availability. So is it, when we say strengthening or decentralizing migration governance, or strengthening central state coordination and consultation, as well as strengthening the state level, local level, governance mechanisms in terms of migration, I think this is also where we can strengthen to collect more data, or have, again, I don't think migration data would ever be complete. I don't think there would be a scenario where we have complete, numbers. But I think if we strengthen these, the state level, local level mechanisms to also collect data, I think that will help us, address several of the issues that we are facing in terms of governance and architecture.
Thank you, Divya. You want to quickly comment on that reintegration thing, or maybe we open up? Yeah. So we open up for comments, observations, questions, or even thoughts or responses, because I am aware that there are quite a few people in the room who are also working with quite a few states. So it would be good to also hear from them as reflections. So
Can I go first?
yeah, please, would you also introduce for the benefit of the...
I think I've introduced myself earlier, but I'll do it again. So I'm Dr. Sugandha Nagpal. I'm an associate professor at O.P. Jindal Global University. I'm an anthropologist that works on youth migration, mobility, gender. I think this is a very interesting conversation. And as an anthropologist and someone who's worked on this from the policy framework as well, I think what really stands out to me is a lot of our policy discussions tend to be really top down, where we presume that we are establishing this infrastructure and people will just gravitate towards it. And I think just today, inadvertently, we have heard gaps where, for instance, people are navigating recruitment digitally. So, or there's a digital interface created in Kerala, but people are not going to that, right? Or that when we think, and this is something my data has also shown, that when you think of skilled migration specifically, that people are more interested in it from an individual mobility perspective. They're not necessarily thinking of it from a rights-based approach. So I think when we think about welfare, we really need to supplement that with a different framework which adds on to it. Perhaps, of course, we do need a welfare framework, but to add on to it and also think about aspirations more seriously. So when we say migrant centered, it cannot only be about protection. It is also how to facilitate things like class mobility, occupational mobility, social integration. So there also needs to be a transnational understanding of these things. Thank you. And I would
Yeah.
love to hear more from the...
No, great. I mean, we can have like 3-4 questions in this round. Yeah. Yeah, Neha, please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting conversation. Really pleased to be here. Just wanted to start by saying that I've been listening in online as well to the discussion in the morning. And while we touched upon spatial aspects, we've looked at scalability to some extent. I do feel we are missing out on very important temporal considerations. And I'm saying this because a lot of the suggestions that came out today, I think I should also qualify who I am. I work with the ILO. I manage a project called Migrant Care Project funded by the GIZ. And in the work that we've done, we've understood that it's important to look at short-term solutions, but also look at long-term considerations. And I think distinguishing between the two would be helpful. What would also be helpful, taking off from what Sugandha was also saying, is I think whenever we talk about skilled mobility, it might be also useful to look at it from a sectoral focus, or at least try and look at different skill categories, right, when we propose recommendations. To also share that I think, we've been doing the PDOT sort of development for care workers migrating to Germany specifically. And I think these are really important corridor-specific mechanisms, right, which can actually point us towards other larger issues which need to be addressed from a welfare perspective. And I'm here wanting to sort of draw your attention to, the discussion on an exhaustive LMIS, but to also build that LMIS, to also perhaps the need to look at grievances. Right?
Yeah.
There is very interesting data that is available at the state level, and of course at the central level. And I think we can take a cue from these to see where we need greater trade union engagement, where we can actually build social partners into these frameworks, right? And actually strengthen the welfare needs of workers, right? And here I would just like to perhaps, take this opportunity to perhaps, use the expert panel here to draw their attention to perhaps some ways in which this people-to-people or source-destination collaboration has taken off, right? And we can think of other questions or larger questions on welfare to be anchored around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Please.
So it's more of a comment than, so I think I've been going through the sessions in the morning as well. And because we're talking about welfare architecture, but the architecture and we are talking about currently is the capacity building. So I think capacity building can only happen on ground upwards, not top down, right? So, and I think what I agree with Professor Balan on the fact that we all know what is happening, but the why behind that, what is also missing, I think. So let's say, I think I'm a behavior scientist. And my team also does a lot of process engineering, simplification work with TN, for example. Also, we recently worked on migration study in Chhattisgarh, UP, and Bihar. So what I also noticed is that when you go grounds up, I think from an ethnographic point of view, I think a lot of truths start coming up, and it actually probably can fill a lot of gap, which I think what we are discussing right now. So yeah, from a short-term perspective, probably we need like a short-term policy tactic, but I think from a long-term implementation point of view, which I think she was talking about, I think a lot of ground truth and reality road mapping is also required. So then if you don't have the data to compare, you actually being on ground and understand where is it coming from. So you can probably do your own framework based on that. Thank you.
Dipanshu there or Dipanshu? Yeah.
Hi everyone, Dipanshu from Gati Foundation, Global Access Talent from India. We are working probably one of the newbies in this space, so I'm here to learn a lot from everyone. So 3 quick questions on 3 different aspects that were mentioned. First, on the data.
You want anyone specific to respond or anyone?
Anyone can respond.
Sure.
So on the data, of course, we have been struggling with MEA to find the data. There's no data on non-ECR data. We had a meeting yesterday with Secretary CPV on Friday, actually. And we had like 20 CEOs of global skills mobility meeting her, mentioning the same thing. So where do we start actually? And why does MEA hesitate on tracking non-ECR data? So first, maybe Sita is smiling, so she can answer that. Second is on financing. So again, from the same meeting, one of the key takeaway was that everybody was talking about the financing solutions. How can we make it more easier for people to access loans in this space? Because education loans are pretty easy, but there's no such loan mechanism in skilling space. Thirdly is on the MSDE. I'm not sure if I missed if somebody talked about MSDE in the morning session because I just joined. MSDE and MEA don't talk. It will not work without them. Similarly, I don't know why doesn't Ministry of Labor, MEA does not talk. And then similarly, there's a Ministry of Finance. Because what we have realized in last 1.5 years is MEA says that we are the marketing people. We want to market Indian talent. MSD is saying that we want to tag mobility workers. We want to train them. And Ministry of Labor is like, pensions, funds, etc. And then finance is more of incentives. How do we bring them together? Of course, we're trying at our own end, but open for everyone in the room and the panelists as well. So 3 quick questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before taking the question, very quick comment. I think, Shatavisha, you mentioned about ground truthing. And a perfect macro example of ground truthing is from Dipanshu's experience. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Not much of a question as such, but a follow-up comment on what you were actually saying. That is, so I work at the program management unit at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, where we are designing an entire new urban poverty alleviation mission, and it's been many years of working with the ministry, where we're trying to bring in, first we started off with street vendors, and we started off with working with vulnerable groups, urban vulnerable groups specifically, such as care workers, domestic workers, construction workers. Something that, where I was listening into the entire room, and then we had panelists saying how it is very important to bring in qualitative data when it comes to migration and bringing in these oral histories. The amount of efforts that are going in only to simply put in a question saying, have you migrated here in a national database? That entire idea, that entire effort in itself has taken years and years of work in the ministry, where we are now speaking to workers across 25 cities in our pilot program. And we are soon to launch, the mission, but even getting simple data such as, have you migrated here? What are the challenges that you are facing? Getting that entire data architecture in place in terms of having specific quantitative data sets, so that you don't have qualitative data sets that one wants to then grill down into. That in itself has been such a long journey of, doing the advocacy, pushing those ideas in. So I do relate when you say that the ministries do not talk, and convergence is the much used word in this entire area, but it is when you really get into the granular details of it, a tedious and a very slow process of even getting basic data in and getting mechanisms in place so that such a data is even collected at the national level. So that's why it's more of a comment than a question, but a great panel indeed, so that, I'm just hoping that we are gradually then moving towards these discussions, because
even with vulnerable groups, we are really pushing the state now to come up with skills that are tailored specifically for urban informal sector workers, and then move towards skilled laborers who can then see much progress in their in their livelihoods and in their journeys ahead. So yeah, I would like to start with that.
Last.
Yeah. So I am Manoj. I am a partner at PDEC. So since morning we have been talking about pathways, geopolitics, and welfare architecture. And there have been instances where we talk about information symmetry. There is a disconnect between union and state government. And then there is also a talk about state maybe capacity or priority or non-priority on the skill mobility. So this question is to Sita ma'am. So what, like, we are maybe expecting overseas mobility bill sometime in near future, and with so many chaotic things happening around, how do you see, or what are the 3 or 4 maybe leverage points that you see union or state governments should adopt with the framework of overseas mobility? Maybe this is a kind of very broad question in nature, but if you can comment on that.
Yeah, thanks, Manoj. We'll hold the floor for now, and maybe we'll have broadly, I think there are like 3 broader theme questions. So maybe Sita, you can take one. Divya, Akhil, maybe you want to come in on anything as a comment, and I can take, I think, one of the points that Dipanshu you mentioned.
I'm going to come in on data because I think this is somewhere we actually need to collectively move forward. And I say this because I don't know how many of you are old enough in this sector, but 2016, the government started collecting data digitally on migration. It was not happening before this, I will be very clear. 2016, the government started collecting data. I don't know how many of you know, but this is what happened. So when they swipe your machine readable passport, they have a drop-down menu. And that drop-down menu has 5 or 6 options, one of which is employment, one of which is education, and it is based on your visa, right? So it's got your country and it's got the purpose of why you're leaving the country. It's also got tourism, obviously, so it has that as well. The data is there. Let me say this clearly. The data is there. I know it because I've seen it, right? This data is not made publicly available for whatever reasons. I'm also not aware. It is not robust data because it is a sort of declaration, right? It is asking a person, why are you going, and just checking the visa. It could be wrong. It could be someone goes on a tourist visa and converts their visa. It could be many things. But the fact that that gives you some pathway is very much there. And it's going to need collective strength to push the government to put that data out there. I am working on it with MEA to push for it. But there's a lot of wealth in that data. It's fascinating data, honestly. It is fascinating data. It tells you, if I can be quite honest, it tells you ECR, ECNR. Obviously, it tells you which countries people are going to. It tells you point of origin because it's based on RPO. So it doesn't tell you exactly, but it gives you enough indication of which states lead and which corridors are working from which states. So there is that kind of rich data actually available. It's going to need collective strength to get it out of the system, pretty much, if you ask me. So that's the data point. Just a little bit to try and maybe answer your question, and I can leave the other questions. On the immigration bill, you're right. It's a difficult time in the world right now. I also don't know if and when the bill will come out. I think it's the objective of the bill, if you talk to the people in the policy circles, is really that they are trying to open it up as much as possible and make it easy for people to kind of migrate, and also easy for recruitment to set up and get going, right? And for more of that to happen. it's very controlling the way I read it. It's still extremely kind of tightening rather than opening it up. It's also still very focused on the registered recruitment agency. What happens to the rest of the world that is flourishing anyway, much beyond the recruitment agencies. And I think more clarity on, there's nothing on return, clearly nothing, and maybe that's something that the government should also perhaps think of when they think of an entire bill, though it's immigration, so maybe not. But also welfare, I think they could do a lot more in terms of putting that into it as well. But it's been in the pipeline for so long that after a while, you just wait to see what finally happens.
No, thank you. Divya, Akhil, any broader comments? I think there aren't any particular questions, but very brief, if you have any comments to come in.
So regarding data, I mean, something which we can do is also, I'm not saying mandating, but every state having, migration surveys done. We have tried it in Maharashtra because Maharashtra is the largest recipient of remittances at this point of time. Kerala is in second position. But recently I had a conversation with the economic advisors of state, and he doesn't really know where these people are. I mean, I was also, interviewing him as part of a paper that I'm writing on Marathi diaspora globally. So other than some of the newspaper articles that say that Malaysia there is this huge Ganpati Puja and procession and festival that happen, it's all very media reports rather than the real data. So why can't the states have again funding, financing? This is part of the question. But if all states something like our census would be, I think, I mean, and anyways, in this conversation, the whole day conversation, what we could see is also the infrastructure architecture that we are talking about is anyways evolving. We are not at that end point where everything is being finalized and rigid. So we are still we are rolling, and why can't we kind of think of that as well, with changing times and we changing needs and requirements. I mean, why can't we do that as one question that I could pose for everybody to think maybe. And I was also thinking about having again from a policy point of view, our bilateral agreements, can we have something something like social security agreements that Akhil has mentioned, that social security agreements that it itself been integrated into the migration and mobility partnership agreements. I know that there are mentionings, there are provisions which talk about that, but a dedicated maybe section on portability, for instance. And I'm not talking about welfare schemes for returnees. I'm talking about portability or the very welfare of migrants being ensured in the destinations. Every time I interview migrants, there would be this comment that, oh, embassy isn't very helpful, but Indian associations are. So, also immediate contact, the migrants, they sort of, look for is not really from our governance mechanisms. It's a sad story of India, I would say. It is usually the community organizations or Indian organizations, etc., etc. So I think, these are certain things which we can in the long term, and also, in the evolving scenario that we could think about is what I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Akhil, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Couple of things. I mean, I totally agree to what Sida said about the data gathering, but I have a feeling that why can't the missions or the arms at the destination country could think about gathering some information, because they have a lot of programs, services. Maybe a self-reporting registration or something would work, because I don't think the data that is with Bureau of Immigration will be out anytime soon, and most of the 90% of the people must be it is noted as tourism as a reason, because most of them go on visit visa and work, that we all know. So this could be a way out. And regarding the how about the framework discussion, I mean, how we can actually work on this. So I have a feeling that the multi-stakeholder approach is missing now. I mean, in the previous bill, it was clearly written that there should be some sort of mechanism that actually links between the states and different central governments, a committee or sort of thing, but that is totally missing. Also, the role of civil societies. I mean, we discussed about, I mean, a lot of comments about the, qualitative data and a lot of rich information on migration. I mean, we need to seriously think about incorporating the non-state stakeholders, including civil societies and trade unions and all, and even migrant diaspora associations. And we know we only have a registration at the mission level and MEA level, and how weak is that registration? You all know that. So that is totally missing in the current framework, and I don't think even the government also has any plan in the near future to have a multi-stakeholder approach. Also, our regional processes. I mean, what is happening to Colombo process and Abu Dhabi dialogue, and even to the Global Compact for Migration, and the next IMRF is coming. We all know like what the government will say. I mean, we have implemented all the 23 objectives, and government will claim that. I mean, for sure. I mean, there is nothing wrong in that. But a multi-stakeholder approach is the need of the hour. And regarding data, one more thing. I mean, in our efforts to gather information, it's all self-reporting of information and validating those information. And Divya pointed out that we have representation from 182 countries, and that we collected that information through a process called Norca ID card. So there is a 300 rupees they need to pay. Then we'll give them an insurance, and they will provide us data. But validating that information is always a challenge that we face often. Yeah, these are the few things came into my mind. Yeah.
Sita can.
I just want to comment here on the social security. I have the ILO background, so I'm going to speak from actually knowing that. Social security happens when you can have comparability between two countries. This is how social security works. The fact that we do not have so many social security schemes in the country, which are universal, means that you cannot have a social security agreement with another country. I mean, that's just the basic logic of a social security agreement, which is why we have PF-related agreements. And we can have those, and we have those with 12, 18, something like that, some countries, right? A lot of them being European countries, because we have the PF that we have as a universal system that is comparable, and you can therefore have that. Social security with another country cannot happen if there isn't a comparable system, basically. And that's why social security agreements are limited to PF. In India. I mean, that's just the reality of it. If we did have universal healthcare or something like that, then it would have been possible to do that kind of social security, but we don't have it. So I think that's just the reality of what we have in India to be able to do social security with another country.
I think this has been I would say, very intense as a discussion, and it can continue to go on, but it's also been a long day. But we can hold on to some of the thoughts, because very briefly after this, I want to wrap this up by saying that, like mobility is an unending pathway, conversations and initiatives around migration and mobility, as someone rightly put it, we are evolving. And while Sita, you have mentioned that things have been not just happening now, but also a long time back. And the biggest example is that lakhs of people actually moved. Corridors have begun from 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It's just because I feel somewhere down the line, everything is now getting very compartmentalized. Even migration is also getting compartmentalized as skilled, unskilled, semi-skilled. There is something called education to employment migration. Then it can be only labor agreements, only migration agreements, etc., etc. But having said that, I think a key takeaway, and the way we all have been working, and I believe we all should look forward, is we might not be able to break down this defragmentation very easily, considering that there are so many layers in bureaucracy, in governance and systems. But maybe we could begin a state at a time. And rather than trying to, look at multiple states doing multiple things, which they would definitely, it's also important to do, I would say, concurrent studies around what is working in each state and what is not, so that at least some states take those lessons and kind of exchange between each other. On this note, I think I would wrap this session. And we have two, I would say, doyens of migration, social welfare, social security agreements with us, one joining online. Unfortunately, he's fallen a bit ill. And we have someone with us in the room briefly to share their reflection points from today. I'll request Saurav to introduce both of them. And if we could just have the group photo with our online. Are you guys there or you already left?
No, we are here.
Okay, please could you come online? Yeah. A true digital mobility. Please. Oh.
You get us here. How funny. Okay. This is the first one on this. Thank you.
So with that, we close our session 3. And as Arindam mentioned, we have two special addresses, reflections by two very special people. One with us physically present and another joining us online. I'll introduce them both. And I think first, and we'll go by that order. So first, I'd like to introduce and also welcome to the dais Professor Satish B. Agnihotri, sir, formerly a career bureaucrat and now visiting professor at the Center for Technology Alternatives in Rural Areas, Sitara, IIT Bombay. He was head of Sitara and founder, head of the Center for Policy Studies. He has earlier worked as Secretary Coordination, Cabinet Secretariat, Secretary Eminary, and DG, Additional Secretary Agriculture, DG, Shipping, and JS in the Cabinet Secretariat, among others. Earlier, he has worked in Odisha in different capacities from 1981 to 2007 in women and child development, renewable energy, transport, industry, environment, and general administration department, among other sectors. Professor Agnihotri has worked on issues of gender, child, malnutrition, and energy access inequalities. His research on declining sex ratios in India has been approvingly cited by various scholars, including Professor Amartya Sen. His current teaching and research interests include maternal and child nutrition and health, public policy in practice, mapping and data visualization for tracing inequalities and energy access inequalities. He has done his master's degree in physics and MTech from IIT Bombay, and MA Rural Development, followed by a PhD from the School of Development Studies, University of East Anglia, Norwich, UK. He's a distinguished alumnus of the Institute. Professor Agnihotri, we welcome you to the... I'll do that. Next, I'd like to introduce someone who's joining us online, and I'll just take a minute to bring him up on...
While that happens, let me clarify. Arindam had just replaced a star batsman with a night watchman. And other thing is, there was a lot of talk going on about AI, and some people say, I don't know this much, etc. There's a fantastic book, free PDF is available by Arvind Narayanan, a Princeton faculty, called AI Snake Oil. Snake oil, all of you understand, in Indian equivalent is वो शिलाजी बेचते रहते हैं ना हम लोग कि यहाँ को तो घुटने तक आ जाएगा. So it's a book which is a fabulous book for people who are not kind of in the techie side. So please do read it.
Yeah, so just before that, I'd like to introduce Dr. K. Rajeshwara Rao, who's joined us online. Dr. Rao is currently President, Sampark Foundation, focused on improving educational outcomes for primary school children, particularly girls. He is a 1988 batch senior IS officer and last served as Special Secretary in the rank of Secretary to Government of India, Niti Aayog. During the long span of 34 years of administrative experience, he had dealt with 6 ministries, including Mines, Health, Railways, Food Processing, Women and Child Welfare of the Government of India for about 16 years. He worked at various levels as Director, Joint Secretary, and Additional Secretary. Dr. Rao chaired the National Committee and drafted the reform-oriented National Mineral Policy. Dr. Rao has a PhD in Social Sciences, an MPhil in National Security, a Master's in Sociology and a Bachelor's in Basic Sciences, and a PG Diploma in Journalism. We welcome Dr. Rao to this event as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, after the introduction, I think I'll request first Professor Agnihotri for his reflections, and then I think we'll move on to Dr. Rao for his reflections before we close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's both alphabetically and by conduct rules that you have invoked me. I happen to be 1980 batch, which is ancient, not prehistoric yet. I think let's look at what the end goals that we are talking about today. And to me, it looks like the laundry list: safe migration, compatible skills, appropriate remuneration, dignity, and then welfare in terms of even coming back. Now, very typically in administration, it's always a good idea to look at the desirable, but move to the doable. So I think if you make that journey from doable to desirable, then some of the frustration reduces. It doesn't go away. We need to look at, when we are talking in terms of skill, I mean, the compartmentalization, whether we like it or not, has happened. So we need to cope with the compartmentalization rather than crying about it. So it is unskilled, low skill, high skill, all the three. And that is where that issue of feminization comes in, because some of the migration, some of the skills or demand has the gender dimension of it, which also brings along with it the safety dimension. So I think that is something which needs to be explicitly taken on board, and which is where I also bring the issue of the preparedness. So are you skilled and are you prepared? So if you look at the Eisenhower matrix, we get a 2x2 combo. You are neither skilled nor prepared, the worst case scenario. You are skilled and prepared, the best case scenario. But the trouble comes in that other diagonal where you are skilled but you are not prepared. A lot of waste. And you are not skilled and yet you are prepared. You manage your way in spite of government, not through government. Then the question comes to the preparatory phase. I think we have looked at various people trying to do their various jobs. But I personally feel the preparatory steps will now be helped by using not the predictive AI, but the generative AI, because given the heterogeneity and diversity in India, I think what works. So for example, when Professor Irudaya Rajan mentioned about the Malayalam template, rendering it from Malayalam template to other Indian languages, using generative AI becomes much easier. I mean, we have done some exercise where the spoken tutorial videos from 22 Indian languages now went into Korku, Santhali, Bhili, Paudi, without too much of a trouble. So our fascination with predictive AI, leave it to the IITs, but practically we should go more for use of generative AI. Then we also need to differentiate. And this point becomes important because we very optimistically talk about the demographic dividends. I already talked in terms of the three Indias. So the dividend and the skill, they don't seem to be going in the same direction. So that divergence between the dividend and the skill, you can again get into a Eisenhower matrix 2x2, and you will realize best is skills hai, dividend hai, worst is na dividend hai na skill hai, and the other diagonal. I think that this kind of characterization into four typologies will help the policy, particularly at the state level. So, for example, Jharkhand को पता है कि हम कहाँ हैं और केरल को पता है हम कहाँ हैं. Then learning from merchant shipping. This is something which I am repeatedly saying because as Director General Shipping, I did introduce some of the reforms, and many of these vexing questions of diversity, language, standardization, international collaboration, I think have been sorted out. So it might be a worthwhile idea to do a study of how is it, how is shipping done. And I think probably we can talk to Narottam Moraji Institute and maybe some other institution which can do this work together. It will help other sectors quite tremendously. My question of are we the best ones, the only ones, and we got a very diplomatic reply, but we need to go beyond that and figure out what others are doing better. So why does Philippines score over you? Because you don't want to, because you don't insist, you insist on coming back home in Durga Puja and Diwali, and that creates a major problem. Now, this is something which Harvard Business School will not teach you, but you need to do that and find out, okay, this is my deficiency, and therefore watch out. And particularly the Eastern India sailors in the shipping industry are notorious, pujo theke bhai pota amra kaj korbo na. Okay, so that is to be taken into account. And then this whole issue of fluidity and that predictability versus fluidity. So rather than wasting huge amount of energy or how to handle the fluidity, can we look at the less fluid segments? And I had mentioned manufacturing sector, and elderly care is going to come in a big way. Can we say, okay, how do we handle that first? In classical music, they say, when you learn ragas, ek sadhe, sab sadhe, sab jaye. So learn, you choose Darbari or Bahar or Yaman, but usko अच्छी तरह से सीख लीजिए. I think that's one lesson which came out of this for me. Quality versus quantity, that particular issue comes up, that we need to look at doing one or two things well. So when it comes to scale versus quality, I think it's always prudent to sort out the quality end first. Scale then starts happening by kind of reputation and word of mouth. Okay. And on a lighter vein, this the slow processes help, because those who have done their physics in pre-university would remember there's an isothermal expansion, which is slow and steady, and there's an adiabatic expansion. The adiabatic expansion gives you a lot of eddy currents, so we should think about that. And there, I mean, I would go very seriously on saying G2G is useful for scale, but not necessarily quality. So therefore, B2B can give a lot of information to G2G. See, G2G, there is no aversion to quality, but G2G is not necessarily quality centric. So therefore, वो number चाहिए होते हैं, ठीक है ना? So, and I've done this for 35 years, so I have some experience of that mindset. And the other thing, so all this brings us that we have to bring quality, we have to bring policy. And let me forewarn you, policy is necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. So policy can enable, but if I may say, और भी गम है जमाने में policy के सिवा. So we have to look at what has worked outside that policy and then bring it into the policy that may work. So that is an assignment for Arindam. And later, I mean, we also have to differentiate between what is de jure, I mean, which is what the policy gives, and what is de facto. So if you make that map of the policy versus practice, I allow policy to learn a lot. Now, finally, having done all this and having successfully put people and everything being done, there's this whole issue of ab lot chale. So the return migration. Now, what do we do with the return migrants? I personally feel that if return migrants are to take a route which is more in the self-employment and not a sarkari job, I think G2 government systems will not work for that. Again, I am saying, because in shipping we see this, when you finally hang your boots, when you come back, and they come back at a pretty young age, then what do you do? So that is where the industry efforts are required, and that's where the business efforts will come in. Finally, we come to this whole issue of welfare. Welfare is always the last priority. So मेरे भी points में point number 14 है, not 1 to 13. So the weak institutional structure, I think that is something that's our Achilles heel. And this skill, welfare, migration, finance, not talking to each other. This goes a lot in our parampara, because have you ever seen two Rajput warriors fighting together, individually brave, sincere, courageous? Name goes down in the history. When they don that kesaria, that is for the last final battle which they are going to lose. Okay. So as against that, if you go for a team game, but then team game bringing out that coordination is tough. But we can discuss that separately. If you are looking at the state, I think your best bet is the CMO. Learning from Kerala, I think what I would suggest to Arindam, if you're seriously into this topic for maybe at least 2-3 years, not 2-3 months, then it will be a good idea to do a compendium of best practices. Compendium of best practices, always the other state bureaucrat would not openly admit that I want this. But the biggest comfort when I, as a bureaucrat, is doing advocacy, let's say in Orissa, everybody says, oh, OM kidhar hai? And I have this example that on Narega, the employment of disabled people, Tamil Nadu has a fabulous circular. Telangana just adopted it, did one step better. And so therefore it will be a good idea, make a compendium, and then we'll see. Because I think Jharkhand can pick up a number of things from some of the other states, Tamil Nadu. And finally, I'll come to this whole question. Toyama has a famous article in Harvard Business Review where he talks in terms of what technology does. And he says technology can magnify your intent. Technology cannot create your intent. But this was told much more easily by the coach of the Indian hockey team in Chak De India, where he said, मैं इस टीम में कुवत नहीं खोज रहा हूँ, नियत खोज रहा हूँ. And that's where, when we come to the niyat, how do you treat the skilled migrant in Gulf versus in the Western Hemisphere matters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, so much for those words. A lot to take away, I think, for all of us. And now I'll request Dr. Rao to share his reflections with us.
Hi, good evening, friends. Professor Satish Agnihotri, Mr. Arindam Banerjee, Dr. Rajan, and all the colleagues and who are online and offline. I wanted to tell only a couple of things. There is a interministerial coordination mechanism where health, finance, women, Niti, and all are there. Somebody is already laughing, I can see that. So the issue is there are institutions, there are policies. There are enough institutions, enough policies, enough committees are there. But the issue is that whether they are justifying their job, whether they are sensitive to the needs of this particular issue. And I will say that, given my earlier experience, not much sensitization happened towards this particular issue because this, though the creditors are there about 118 million USD and I don't know what is the number, 18 million migrants. All these numbers are there, but it is not a pan-India phenomenon. It is again limited to certain pockets of this country. And the problem lies not only with the interministerial synergy or a coordination or a convergence, but the ignorance is there at the district level. If you go to any district administration or a block administration and mention about the migrants issue or what is to be done, both in terms of welfare, intervention, or regulatory, the answer is, sir, I have a one district labor officer. So perhaps he will be able to tell that. There are no district labor officers in perhaps 40-50% of the districts in this country. So somebody mentioned the capacity building should come upwards. That is correct, actually. There has to be capacity building at block level, district level, and also the state level. I was principal secretary to the chief minister for 5 years in a northeastern state. So, Professor Satish was mentioning that CMO can do, yes, if CM or a chief secretary takes interest in a particular subject, then all departments will fall in line and all the districts, Yadha Raja, Tada Praja. Though it is a old Sanskrit saying, but in this democracy also it is applicable in the modern administration. So whether there is adequate focus on this issue or not. But I would like to say that there is not adequate focus. There is no adequate attention except if some crisis happens, newspapers write something, electronic media gives some stories, then immediately there is a knee-jerk reaction from the departments and they do that. But there is no systematic, integrated and consistent interventions. That is the problem, I think, whatever you may say, advocacy or a governance or a capacity or a orientation or a sensitization, whatever you may call, that is the crux of the problem. Because it is not, there are 800 districts are there, but this is perhaps focused on about 100 districts in this country. Not in entire state only, excepting Kerala and 3, 4 other states. Many other states is not there. So this is one issue. There is a governance issue. So perhaps what is the solution? I don't know there is any solution or not, because policy frameworks are there, policies are getting changed as and when there is a pressure or there is a persuasion or there is a parliamentary debates are there or a CSO pressure are there. Second issue I thought I will mention to you is whether states are really focusing on that, because somebody mentioned that states fend themselves, but mostly the interventions or instruction goes from government of India, of course labor ministry or a skill ministry or a sometimes Niti Aayog, because we prepared a best practice book actually during COVID time. Arindam worked in that project, and we shared with many state governments. Like Professor Satish has mentioned, they are happy to take the best practices and also to adopt also. Many states have adopted the best practices. So there has to be a continuous dialogue on this issue with the, I think, cutting edge people, secretaries of the state government or district magistrates of the concerned districts, wherever there is a problem is there. Then perhaps there will be a lot of desired results would be there, though there is a vision, there is a whatever intentions are good, but the implementation is not good. This is one point I thought I will mention to you. And the community's role also, I think we should really focus on that. How much they should depend on the government or government interventions. Like Andhra, there are two major communities are there called Thana and there's some other name is there. So they are well organized. Like Kerala, Malayalam society is also quite organized out there. They fill up the gaps wherever the consulate generals or embassies are not very active, or they will force them to be active, and also they get desired help because of the political power. Also, they access it. So the migrants, if they are well organized, the communities wherever they are there in various geographies of the world, if they are well organized and if some volunteers provide the leadership and also the pressure, work as a pressure group, I think then some of these policy initiatives, some of the financial frameworks gets implemented. Otherwise, ministry, many of you are interacting regular basis. There is a joint secretary, there is a director, deputy secretary, or one under secretary, the section officer is there. And this is not a very high priority item, and this is one of the low priority items, and they get transfers. There's no institutional memory also, whether what type of stand it is taken on a regular basis. So there is a need to have a capacity building in the ministries also. One urban colleague mentioned that they are having some pilot project in 25 towns. But in case if she goes back to the ministry records, there was urban poverty ministry also earlier. And I implemented a program in 1998 and 99 called Slum Development Program and Swarna Jayanti Shahari Rozgar Yojana. And there are standalone programs are there like Andhra Pradesh Urban Service for Poor program. So many of these interventions were identified, data has been developed. But again, every time the ministry perhaps wants to do a fresh job, a new job, recycling the same activity, so they do the same. So I will perhaps, since I am there, I was listening to urban colleague, I don't know the name, but I think she should go back and check the record section and some of the parliamentary answers at the time are some of the old correspondences. So I think she will get the some of the data and answers. But I request many of our colleagues who are working as a research scholars or institutional heads, please apply pressure on these ministries at appropriate level. Maybe a secretary, an additional secretary, a joint secretary. So don't feel that your meeting is a failure. Please be patient. And when you tell maybe in 3 meetings, 10 times repeatedly, perhaps one aspect may create some impact. So don't get disappointed by when you receive, because the ministry's meetings are really non-cordial. There is no welcome gestures or there is no smile. Everybody is very serious as if they are in a great trouble or thing. They don't know how to treat the visitors also. Because I've spent about 16 years and I used to tell all my colleagues repeatedly, let's receive the visitors with more warmth. You may not do anything, but at least you can be good, warm, and you can be polite, you can be interactive. So you will tell something, they will talk on the phone or they will see the paper, they will not pay attention. After 2.5 minutes, you feel little disturbed, saying that he's not listening, but he may be listening also. So you should be very determined to deal with them, even if they don't listen. Please tell your viewpoints very strongly. These are all very functional ideas I'm giving to you so that you can be better and effective in these things. But anyhow, the attention has to be more, research papers have to be more, and pressure groups have to be there to perhaps, and so that then there can be improvement in the attention, improvement of the system attention, or a improvement in the institutional frameworks, or a policy amendments, etc. can happen. But this is a very important problem, though it is limited to certain segments of the community and society. But overall, perhaps I think the entire institutional frameworks have to be very active to help them, because the dignity, the safety, the welfare, all this can be ensured. I don't know whether I am talking relevant or not, but whatever I heard in the last session, I thought I should share these ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I think we're about to close, but before that, I'd like to call upon my colleague who's standing between us and our cup of tea. So Kunal, our director, if you could please come for the vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. The program has gone as per schedule. We are right on time. There are 4 minutes for me. I'll finish before that. As we come to the close of what has been an incredibly rich and engaging day, it is my privilege on behalf of the Policy and Development Advisory Group to deliver the vote of thanks. Today's dialogue was not just another convening, it was a timely and necessary conversation on how India's international skill mobility landscape is evolving at the intersection of pathways, geopolitics, and economic architecture. As highlighted throughout the day, mobility is no longer a peripheral issue. It is now central to trade, diplomacy, and economic strategy. I would like to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to Dr. Rajan and the IMAT team for their continued intellectual leadership and for co-hosting this dialogue with us. Our sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers and panelists across all the 3 sessions. Each session built on the other, helping us move from diagnosing gaps to thinking about coherent policy architecture. A special acknowledgement to the moderators who anchored complex discussions with both depth and discipline, and all our panelists who brought diverse perspectives
from government, academia, industry, and multilateral organizations into a shared conversation, and also Satish sir and Rao sir for their insightful closing remarks. We are also grateful to the Linked for Skills initiative under Horizon Europe for grounding today's discussions in ongoing research and evidence, particularly around the emerging India-EU corridor. To all the participants in the room, policymakers, practitioners, and researchers, thank you for your active engagement. The questions raised today on institutional coordination, welfare integration, and aligning mobility with trade and skill systems will remain central as India shapes its next phase of active global engagement. At PDAG, we see this dialogue not as an endpoint, but as part of a longer process of building coherent, evidence-based, and people-centered mobility systems. We hope today's conversations translate into stronger collaboration, sharper policy thinking, and actionable pathways. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the PDAG and IMAT teams working behind the scenes tirelessly, who made this entire event possible, from conceptualization to execution. Thank you all once again for your time, insights, and presence. We look forward to continuing this conversation. Have a wonderful evening, and please join us for tea and networking. Okay. Please join us for a photograph at the podium. Rao, sir, if you are there online, we would request you to be there. We'll do a group picture.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, thank you.
Some people can, do we sit or stand? Yeah, please.
Come on, come. To the guy, let us, yeah. Come. Sir, we come. Yes, right. Yeah. As many people possible. We can put more chairs also.
What about you? Come on.
This will be good. That's a good one.
How do we get more pictures?
Yeah, you will get it. No, we will get it. Come closer. Yeah. No, come this side. No, you can come. Hey, you can come this side. Rahul.
Most painful.
So many. No way.
I'm leaving. Forget about the other guy.
Tea has been served. Please.